I am Lucassen and I will fight in Ipongir.
Good morning and welcome to Glasgow for the Judo European Open, and we're here from the Emirates Arena where it's going to be the preliminaries for the heavier weights today, and I'm going to give you a rundown of our top seeds and people to watch out for. So under 70 kilograms we have Miriam Petr. She's our number 1 seed from Germany, Grand Slam medalist, but in Pool C she also has really strong German, and that's Olympic and world medalist Laura Vargas-Koch. Well, also we've got some really strong females in the under 78 kilograms, and a lot of home talent as well to watch out for here. And Sama Hawa Camara from France, she's a Grand Prix medalist and world cadet champion. So, I mean, coming through into the senior ranks, she has really started to make a mark here in Europe as well. But she really needs to watch out for the number 2 seed, and that's Katie Jemima Yates-Brown. She just recently moved up to the 78 kilograms and she's already started making waves. She got a 5th place at the World Championships just last weekend in Azerbaijan. Plus 78s we have Karapita Emis from Hungary, and number 2 seed there is Sarah Alvarez from Spain. And we're going to move through into the men's. We've got 4 men's weight categories today. Under 81 kilograms, Jonathan Alleron from France. He's a number 1 seed, but a home favourite and Scott is Stuart McWatt. He's a Continental Cup winner, and coming back from a few years of injuries, he's really starting now to come back very, very strong in the senior ranks. Number 90s we have multi-Oceania senior champion, and that's Sebastian Temesi from Australia, but number 2 seed and also home favourite is Jamal Petgrave from Great Britain, junior European medalist from last year. And from Madrid, European Open winner in the under 100 kilograms we have Ohat Zalan from Hungary, but also someone else to watch out for is their number 2 seed, and that's Clement Delrat from France. In the plus 100s we have Jur Spijkers from the Netherlands. He's a number 1 seed, but someone I want to watch out for is Adam Hall from Great Britain, coming up to this weight as well. Well, we're going to start proceedings here, and the first contest is in the under 90 kilograms, and that's between Harry Lovell-Hewitt from Great Britain, and he's facing Maxime Aminot from France. So that's Lovell-Hewitt in white and Aminot in blue. Well, Lovell-Hewitt, still a junior, and he's had a junior European Cup winning medal this year. Very strong junior coming through, and well, he's going to try and make his mark here. We had a couple of really strong juniors from the Great Britain team making it to the top of the podium yesterday. Josie Steel and Alexander Short, both Scottish players, but had some fantastic wins and real crowd pleasers. Well, the crowd will start coming in this morning, and if the atmosphere is anything like it was yesterday, it'll be something to really spur these young athletes on. Well, we're a minute in now, and there's Lovell-Hewitt. He likes that really strong right-sided grip. He's just got his sleeve pin there from Aminot. Sutemi Waza attempt. Just off balance his opponent there. Harry really struggling here to get his favourite grip or favourable grip, and Aminot here, he's taken control. Doesn't quite get the rotation he needs there, and really not in the line, but there's Hewitt looking for an opening on the ground. Halfway now, only 1 Shido to Aminot, so advantage to Lovell-Hewitt coming into the 3rd minute here. again goes for the sacrifice attempt there underneath his opponent. And, he's just struggling. We've got a right versus right contest here. So when both players need the same grip, one player usually misses out. And Lovell-Hewitt is just struggling to get his preferred grip. Well, Aminot picks up his second passivity, so even though he's winning on the grip, he's not doing enough work and is deemed to be passive. So Lovell-Hewitt here doing what he can. Bit of ashiwaza there from the Frenchman. Just takes Lovell-Hewitt down onto the ground. Now he's searching for a Sangaku attempt there. And well, I don't think it's really going anywhere. And the referee thinks that as well. Well, it's a tight contest here in the opening rounds, and Lovell-Hewitt, well, he has the advantage with the penalties. Again, going for the sacrifice technique. Referee stops that. He wants them up on the feet. Well, for Lovell-Hewitt now, he'll struggling to get the score. He picks up a penalty himself for that drop technique, and all he needs to do now is really pressure his opponent, see if he can either score or just push him to get another penalty. And we're still not seeing Aminot attacking here. Well, bit of an error there from Lovell-Hewitt on the bell. Well, unfortunately for Lovell-Hewitt, it was a mistake there, but he picked up a penalty, so it evens it out now. So whoever scores first will take the win here, or if anybody makes one error, they will lose the contest. Goal and score, it's like sudden death in judo, and it gets really, really tricky here. Sometimes the contest can be very cagey for the 4 minutes, and then you'll see it going into golden score, and sometimes athletes can really pull some fantastic techniques out in the opening seconds. So you can see here as well, Aminot just seems to have woken up in this period. Ashiwaza technique from Lovell-Hewitt, again with the Tayatoshi attack, just loses the sleeve grip there. Aminot here. There's another good attack from Lovell-Hewitt. Just losing the control due to the jacket of his opponent being loose, and hopefully the referee will ask him to tie up his belt and tighten up the kit. When the kit's tied up tighter, you have more control of your opponent when you're trying to throw them. When it's loose, you could see there Lovell-Hewitt really just lost control. Well, there was the standing Ippon Seoinage shoulder technique, and he just managed to take Lovell-Hewitt down onto his side, and enough to warrant Wazari's score. So that one will go to Maxine Aminot, first round win, and it's an early exit there for Harry Lovell-Hewitt of Great Britain. Our next contest, we're going to see Viers Martin from Hungary. He's facing James Reed of Great Britain. Viers in white and Reed in blue. Well, under 90 kilograms here, first round, and well, these athletes will be really feeling the nerves, and really just has to take sometimes a little bit of time on that mat in the opening seconds, really just to calm those nerves down and get into your flow. Well, they'll have a pattern and some tactics already rehearsed in the warm-up. They'll have watched the opponent, and they'll know if they're right-handed or left-handed. And well, we can see here Viers looking for the shimmy wazza in Nuaza here. You can see he's just putting the pressure onto Reed. Now whether Reed can hold out, whether that's on. It's looking quite strong. Well, the referee didn't think there was enough pressure on there and it wasn't going on, but James Reed obviously feeling the effects of that, but it'll take some time to get onto his feet. Well, strong right-handed grip from Reed there. He's coming onto the bell, and Sumigashi attempt. Well, Viers just manages to escape that one by putting his hand down, so no score. Well, bit of a quick takedown there from the Hungarian, and he moves straight into the hold. Well, it was changed to a Nippon score, so really caught cold there, and well, the win and the place in the second round will now go to Martin Viers from Hungary. He will see a replay, just catches round the back of his opponent and uses the shoulder there to drive through for that technique. So he's just wrapped his arm up, comes underneath. Well, we have Nick Kellij from the Netherlands and Martin Matijass from Germany. Kellij in white and Matijass in blue. Quite a nice fast exchange there from the German, but you can see both of these competitors very upright in their posture, which is very strong for judo. If you can balance your opponent and break their posture, it's a lot easier to throw them and get underneath their centre of gravity. These guys are nice and tall, both wanting an inside grip. You can see there Matijass on the high collar, and he'll use that to rotate his opponent. And now you can see now Dutch player coming over again, very strong. Now there's a Sutemi Waza attempt by Matijass. Matijass for me doing more work than his opponent, and he carries on like this. It can be very tactical as well. He can really force some penalties. Well, it really is a fight for the grips here in this first round. You can see the Dutch player in the white suit here He's just pulling his opponent's head in. He just looks a little bit more physical, but he's not getting close enough to his opponent to get the score. Losianegi attempt there. Well, Kellij there just fallen down onto his knees in a passive position, and I think for me the referee will start having a look now. We're coming into the 3rd minute. There's no score for either player, but also the penalty free as well. She attempt left-handed there from the Dutch player. Now just pressuring his opponent. Takes that inside grip again. Uchimata attempt by Matijass. But no rotation, and really struggling to rotate those shoulders of his opponent. Well, now moving through into the last minute.
In the blue jersey, representing Great Britain, in the white jersey, representing Spain, Petr.
Well, first score there for Matijass. He takes the Wazzari, and that's a good time to score for him with just 35 seconds left. It's going to be very difficult for Kellij just to really get this score back now. He's penalty free, so he can afford to pick up 2 Judos, and he can get them for either being passive or having a false attack. Well, there's the Sumigeshi attempt, and well, it was enough just to disrupt his opponent. Here we see there's that right-sided Tayatoshi, and well, he just gets an over-rotation, so the landing wasn't directly onto his back. It was more on the side of his back, so that's why he takes the Wazzari score. And again, a Sutemi Wazza attempt. For me, not really an attempt, a bit of a get-out attack. Could pick up a penalty here, but it won't make any difference to the contest. 10 seconds to go. So that's a win to Matijass from Germany. He'll go through into the 2nd round. Well, we're moving quite swiftly through the 1st round here. Our next contest is going to be between Tobias Meyer from Switzerland. He's facing Benoit Collin from France. That's Meyer in white and Collin in blue. Well, I'm really pleased to be joined by a gold medalist from yesterday, Josie Steel. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here.
It's good to see you here because you had an amazing day yesterday. How many fights did you have? Can you remember?
4 fights.
4 fights. And well, we had a spectacular final here as well. So you fought in the 57 kilogram category, came in really unseeded.
Yeah.
Still a junior player. making your way through into the junior, really European scene. You came here, what did you come here for, your expectations in the morning yesterday?
Just a day out. A few fights.
Yeah.
Hopefully just took each fight as it came.
Yeah. And as you were progressing, you thought, when was the moment you thought, do you know what, I could sneak into the final here?
Yeah, I think just after my first fight, I thought, you know what, I can actually do it today. Why not?
Yeah, yeah. And how did you feel in that final contest? Because I'm going to explain to anybody who's listening out there that Josie had a tremendous day. She had here at the Emirates Arena. She's a Scottish judo player in the junior British squad and had an opportunity to fight here in a senior European Cup. First time in a senior European Cup?
Yeah, first time.
And well, she came through really strong in all of her preliminary contests, and then in the semi-final, who did you have in the semi-final?
I had Malin.
Right, and Malin Wilson is also a GB competitor, a Scottish competitor, somebody who I expect you train with on a very regular basis. And Malin also had a really successful European Open in Bratislava just this year as well. So going into that contest, what did you think?
Well, obviously we fight all the time, so we know exactly what each other do. So I knew it was going to be a really, really tight contest, but I just took my chance when it came.
Yeah,
and got the win.
You've got a bit of a signature technique going on, haven't you? So you kind of sneak around. If you can get that sleeve grip, opposite opponent's sleeve grip, you can get some nice rotation. You kind of nip underneath, don't you feel like? It's like a low kataguruma, catch the leg round the back, but it's quite spectacular when it comes off. So let's talk about your final contest, because the final contest was a tough one on paper.
Yeah.
You had Autumn Pavia, who's Olympic and world medalist, and coming back herself from having a daughter, but obviously coming back very strong. She's got a lot of experience. How did it feel coming on to that final contest?
I wasn't actually that nervous or scared. I was just wanted to get stuck in. I had nothing to lose. She had a lot more to lose than I did. So I just wanted to take the fight to her and see what happened.
What do you mean when you say I wanted to take the fight to her? What does that mean to you?
Be aggressive, not give her too much respect for how experienced she is. Try to forget about that and just get on with it.
So at the end of the contest, the 4 minutes, there was no score, was there? There was no score on the board, so we went into a golden score period. So for anybody who's listening who doesn't really understand the rule, that's it. We're back on there. For anyone who doesn't understand the rules of judo, we have a 4-minute contest where you can score on your opponent a couple of different ways. Obviously throwing your opponent depending on where they land, and then you can hold your opponent down in a groundwork situation, or you can get a submission using a shimiwaza, which is a strangle, or arm lock. Well, there was no score, so we go into a bit of a sudden death period, a golden score. So it's first one to get the score, or first one to get 3 penalties against their opponent can win. And unfortunately for you, I think you weren't in it. You were at a disadvantage, so there was no error. You couldn't make any error in golden score. The only way out was to get the score, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't going to win on Shido, so I had to score.
Yeah. And when did you see your opening chance for it? Did you have that planned, or was it just something that comes autonomous to you? You can just find that sleeve and...
Yeah, it does come naturally, but the plan was to switch between pulling them through with that sleeve and just normal sleeve grip. But the chance came, and I don't actually remember it, but it just came.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of social media around, and I think there's a lot of clips. If anybody wants to search for that, you can probably find it on British Judo Instagram. You can see a really nice clip of you catching Autumn Pavia for Ippon in golden score, and the crowd absolutely erupted. And it was just one of those, I think it's one of those moments that you'll always remember, because your judo career will be long, and I'm sure that your goals are much greater than winning a European Open, but this is definitely a step in the right direction for you.
Yeah, definitely, but it was really nice to be in front of a home crowd, just have everyone supporting me, and I felt really nervous about that at the start, but as it went on, it was really good.
Yeah, I think that's something that some judo competitors or any sports competitor will either really enjoy having a home crowd behind them and use that energy to build their confidence. Some athletes can really crack under that pressure.
Yeah, I understand that too.
yeah. So who are you watching today? Who are you going to be looking out for?
Well, we've got a few Scottish girls fighting, so we've got Rachel Tytler and Millie Ritchie's in overs, but obviously we've got Stuart McWatt's fighting in 81, so hopefully he'll do well, and I know he likes fighting in front of a home crowd.
All right.
So
Have you had any words with him this morning?
No,
How
I've
is
not
he
seen
feeling
him.
this morning?
I've not seen him this morning,
Yeah.
but seen his dad. So
Oh. Well, yeah, because Stuart McWatt's dad does a lot of the Scottish. Well, he has a club himself, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he also does a lot of the Scottish support coaching for the cadet team.
Yeah.
So
spent quite a lot of time
yeah,
with him. So
yeah. So it's quite nice that you see a lot of coaches you've worked for in the crowd, and I'm sure you can pick out, some of them cheering for you,
Yeah.
giving you advice. But when we were talking about Stuart McWatt, he was one of our top picks this morning for to win. Really, he has some really strong competitors in his weight. Grand Prix medalist Jonathan Alleran from France. But Stuart McWatt is a Scottish player, but he's based down at the Centre of Excellence in Walsall. But unfortunately for Stuart, he's had a couple of really awful injuries, but he's shown such a bounce back ability and determination that he's came back, and he's already won a European Open this year as well. So I think for me, he's definitely one to watch out for. He had an unfortunate draw at the World Championships in Azerbaijan.
The former world champion.
So he had he was the current world champion at the time, wasn't he? And in the opening minute, I think, of the contest, Stuart managed to pin him. And unfortunately for Stuart, he escaped and then managed to get the score back on Stuart and put Stuart out. But it just shows you the level that Stuart is. And I think when he starts getting a bit of luck behind him and the opportunities, it's going to really come through. Well, we're just going to have a watch, I think, of some judo.
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's have a look who we have here. It's Lorenzo Regano from Italy, and he's facing Henry Hannula from Finland. So Regano in white and Hannula in blue. Well, we're a minute in, and there's no score and no penalties. It's quite the rule changes in judo have changed so much over even the last 10 years. But what we see now is 2 Wazzari scores, which is a throw which isn't quite on the back. It can be on the side or partially on the back. And that one, for me, the referee was in a good line to see that score. And what did you think? You thought it was Wazzari. I thought that was a Wazzari. Yeah, came down onto his side. We'll see a replay here. So he goes for the Uranage attempt, and you can see he put his hand down, but it kind of squashed underneath him. Sometimes if that hand, when they land, is in front of their opponent, the score isn't put on the board there. So the referee had a good view, but what we have is a care system. So 2 referees will have reviewed that video footage and decided it was a score. So Josie, you can always be a referee as well if you fancy.
I think that's harder than an athlete.
Don't tell them that. Well, just remember as well, if you're watching online, you can follow any mat, and you can select them by looking along. Well, look at that. Hannula manages to take the full score ippon through his opponent, flatten his back, and we'll get a replay of that and we'll take you through how he did it. What's next for you then?
Junior World
Championships. Are you training anywhere prior to the Junior World Championships?
No, we leave a week tomorrow for Junior Worlds. So.
And where are the Junior Worlds?
Bahamas.
I knew that. So you must be feeling quite confident now going into the Junior Worlds from a strong win like this, if you think about how you approached every contest?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to do the same again. I didn't even, this was sort of just preparation for that, but it turned out to be better than preparation. But so yeah, I'm just going to try to approach it like how I approached this.
Yeah, well, here's one of your teammates coming on, Rachel Tytler from Scotland, representing Great Britain here. She's facing Sama Hawa Camara from France. She's in white. Well, she's got her hands full here.
This girl's good.
Yeah, this girl's good. Camara, she's a very strong athlete. The French always have a lot of depth, especially in their women's team, especially at the moment. She's just pinned Rachel's sleeves there, coming in herself for the right-sided, but doesn't get any rotation, lands on her front. But for me, I don't think you can underestimate Rachel Tytler. She's really improved, I would say, this year. I've seen her quite a lot in training camps and in home nation competitions.
Yeah, definitely. She looks up for it, so that's good.
Yeah, she's a hard worker. Low Sianagi there, left-sided. Well, that was a bit of a beautiful technique there, wasn't it? She really did get caught. We'll get a replay of that one as well. Well, Camara, she was a bit pleased about that. She'll give herself a clap on the way out. Here we go. Well, Rachel Tytler here just couldn't get a grip, and you could see the sody grip there on two sleeves, and just manages to pop underneath her opponent, but the momentum was enough to take her over and get that rotation. Well, our next contest, we're going to be seeing Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands, and she's facing Ariana Peric from Germany. Lucassen in white and Peric in blue. Both of these players are left-handed, so it's going to be a real battle to get into their preferred position and get control of their sleeve. Now you can see I would say for me, Peric here just has the advantage. She's got the high grip on her opponent, but just loses her balance there and onto her knees. So what are you doing now for, I know you're at university, aren't you? Where are you based?
I'm based at Heriot-Watt University, so I live just outside Edinburgh.
And is that quite close to where you're training?
Yeah, it's like 5-10 minutes away from where I train, so it's perfect.
So how often do you train then?
I get about 4 judo sessions in a week, and then my strength and conditioning as well.
And how do you manage that with study?
It's difficult, but I like being busy, so it's not too bad for me. And obviously, uni's only half a year. So, yeah, uni's only half a year, so I get a lot of judo in the summer. So yeah.
Oh, right, okay. What are you studying at university?
Physics.
Oh, right. Well, we can see here the shimiwaza attempt, and well, she was sharp with that, wasn't she? She got that right underneath the jaw and got the quick submission there from Peric. So Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands, she moved through now into round 2. Is there anything else that you do, any other hobbies, or do you not have time?
Don't have much time at the moment.
So what's your plans now for the rest of the week, running it up until you fly off to the Bahamas?
just train as normal, I think, because there's no point tapering quite yet, because I don't fight till a week Thursday.
Okay.
So just taper down once I get there. So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to just wish you all the best of luck for the World Championships, and I hope you have the best competition you possibly can, and we see you on the top of that podium. I'm sure you can do it.
Yeah,
We've got
I think I can.
a lot of faith in you now, Josie, and I'd just like to say congratulations again for your performance yesterday. It was fantastic watching from this
Thanks
position where we were yesterday. Okay, thank you. So that was great to get one of the young GB athletes here and get some feedback on how she felt yesterday from her performance. But we're going to follow this first round contest now between Vanessa Dureau from France, and she's facing Stangherlin from Italy in blue. Dureau in white and Stangherlin in blue. Well, Dureau there picking up her first penalty, and that was for a gripping infringement. If you hold on to the same side of the judo gate, you really have to attack immediately. Well, it seems to be a negative gripping tactic to avoid your opponent attacking. Here for the Uchimata attack, but well, the Italian really forcing her out of the area, breaking up that effort. Well, we're just going to be hitting the halfway mark now, and Stangherlin here from Italy just has the advantage at the moment, and she really is working hard with that strong attack. And well, Dureau there just attacking her opponent, trying to get out of the danger, but not really getting anywhere. And again, Stangherlin again onto that sleeve, searching for the big over the top grip there, and now she's trying to set her opponent up. She's searching for that left attack, forwards and backwards, and again moving backwards, and she takes the counter, and now she's going to work through to look for the hold. Well, the referee didn't score that one, and whether he didn't think there was enough effort or control of his opponent down on the mat. But we're really lucky in judo. We have a care system where there's two referees who would have normally sat in the corners, the corner judge. Instead they sit off the mat and they can review from a few different camera angles, and they can obviously review some footage after the pass. So it isn't unusual sometimes to see some scores pop in a little bit after the action. Here we see she moves round the back, and her opponent, you can see she just tucks a foot underneath her leg there onto her back, looking for a sumigashi attempt. So that was her attack. Well, referee gave that counter attack to the French athlete, but was very quick to score. But if you can see here, the Italian turns directly onto her front. There was no part of her side hit the mat on the way down there, so there's no score. Georgia Stangherlin from, there we go, if she can drive that one back, there was enough direction and movement for a Wazzari score there. lot of effort there from the Italian, and hopefully that'll get reviewed, and we might be able to see a review of that as well. Here we see she moves forward and then switches Uchigari, takes the control, drives her opponent onto her back here, and if there was enough pause after the first initial hit, that's not a score, but if there was enough direction and movement, for me, I think that was very close to a score for the Italian. Uchi attack again from the Italian, pressuring her opponent. Now really the French athlete here was not doing anything. I think she also deserved a penalty there for passivity. I'm going to have another look at that attack. Uchi drives her opponent down, and you can see her push, 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 and well, I think we're in the media here. We're all wondering, why was that not a score? And I think what I'll do, I'll ask a review of the referees here and ask why that wasn't a score. Well, false attack again from Dureau, and surely that's another penalty, and she gets the penalty that time. Well, for me, the Italian is looking stronger all the way through this contest. I think she's been unfortunate not to score and not to pick up a few of the penalties against her opponent. And here she is just pressuring her opponent, trying to get a reaction from her on the edge. We know if the French athlete steps out of the edge, she will pick up a penalty. And, well, she does it there. And surely this is the end of this first round contest. Well, again, referee here not taking control of this contest. I'm sure he must have thought that was a penalty for that step out of the area. Well, you see, for the athletes, it can be very confusing. It's been some time after that exchange, and there becomes a point where the referees sometimes are they get very reliant on the care system, and for me there was quite a few errors in that contest that I think really should have been reviewed. Anyway, the win, and I think the deserving win, goes to Georgia Stangherlin from Italy. She'll go through into the second round, and for her, it's hopefully she's going to get a bit more luck in the next contest. Here we see, well, close call there, and well, it wasn't a score. And here we see the Uchi attack that was very close to a score, if not a score. She drove her back, but the referee there, he had a good view, didn't deem it to be a score, neither did the care system either. Well, we're going to move through really quickly here. Julie Peric from France. She's facing Emma Reid of Great Britain. Peric in white and Reid in blue. Well, Emma Reid here trains out of the High Performance National Training Centre in Warsaw. And she has a tough contest here. Strong French athlete. And you can see she's just struggling to get second hand on. You can see the French athlete is pinning that sleeve. And for me, that's an illegal gripping infringement unless she uses that sleeve to attack from. Winding Soto Makikomi, and Reid there managing to spin out onto her front and avoid the score. Emma Reid there just in a unfortunate position, couldn't get a head free, and she picks up the first penalty for that posture. Referee wants to be more upright and more aggressive, more attacking, and here she is again getting her sleeve pinned, and surely the referee can see that. He's in a good view, and Emma Reid again getting her head pulled down. She needs to keep that head up, get back into the area, and there she is using her hip to attack. Emma Reid looking for the counter-attack here, but she gets caught. Well, the Soto Makakomi attempt was there again, but Reid just managing to sit out of it there. Emma Reid there, she needs to be defending more. She's susceptible really just in that position to, if anybody was strong in Nekoda, maybe would have caught her in that position. And just like to see her coming out here and really going for her technique, keeping her head up, keeping a good posture. You can see Peric there just dragging Reid's head into her, and they're using the control of the head. It just looks a lot stronger, even though there's not a lot of attempt to actually throw. Well, we're just coming now into the last minute. No score, both athletes here with a Judo each, and there we see Emma Reid managing to take the first score and straight into the Osaikomi. So she's got to hold her opponent down now for 10 seconds, and she has to do that without getting any of her legs caught. She manages that, and I think for me that's got to give us some confidence here moving through into the second round. Here we see attack after attack, opponent here looking for the counter, and you can see Emma Reid there just catching inside her opponent's foot for the Kochigari, and takes her down, secures the pin, and takes that first win. Next contest here, we're going to be seeing Katie Jemima Yates-Brown from Great Britain, and she's facing Marie Branser from Germany. Yates-Brown in white and Branser in blue. Well, Yates-Brown here, she had a really successful World Championships at this new weight category for her. She's moved up to the 78 kilograms from 70s, and you can see she's a lot smaller, a lot lighter than her opponents, but what she has got, she's very strong, she's very flexible, she's very gymnastic, and she really enjoys to throw big. So it's really suiting her at the moment, and well, she really put away some big names in the 78 kilogram category at the World Championships, and just lost out for a bronze medal as well out in Azerbaijan. Well, she's here, and well, for me as well, she's still getting the experience at this weight, and she's real fast on the Nekoda transition, in for the Sangaku Jimmy here, very strong on the legs. There was no reason there for me for that to stop. And I think Yates-Brown would have also felt that, yeah, she was out of the area, but there was good progression. And, well, I think sometimes the athletes need to wake up. It takes them a bit of time. And I think sometimes the referees can as well. Well, Yates Brown here now looking for the 2 sleeves. She likes to fight from the double sleeve. She likes to drop under really quick for the Sodi technique. She's not always getting her own way here. Now she's in a better position. Now here she is looking for the turn. She's linked in here. You can see her hands linked in around her opponent's head and shoulder. And now she'll work out the leg. That head is pretty secure there. She'll be putting a lot of pressure through using those grips. But again, just losing out there in the last moment there. So that head has to be very, very secure for her to get that leg out. And if there's any space, her opponent will find it and manage to spin out. Well, we're just moving in to the 2-minute mark here. And we're in the Emirates Arena. Fantastic fantastic venue here for judo, and our crowd that we have in is very knowledgeable and real judo fans. And now we can see Branser this time looking for the Sangaku. Well, Yates Brown there picking up the first penalty, and that was for passivity. And usually when you look at the whole fight and the work rate that she's been doing, there's the Sodi, there's the Ippon, that's what we were waiting for, and that's what she's really good at. And you can see she's absolutely knocked the wind out of her opponent there. She can't believe she got caught, but just takes that momentum and that real confidence to drop underneath her opponent like that. Well, Yates Brown wins that first round contest, and we're going to have a replay. Sodi here gets that lovely rotation and that spin. Full commitment from the young British player, and she'll go through there into the second round. Well, we have Linda Politi from Italy. She's facing Meszaros Annette from Hungary. Politi in white and Meszaros in blue. Well, it's for me, I think Meszaros is one of the stronger athletes here in the under 78 kilogram. She's former under 70 kilogram competitor, very, very high ranked, has Grand Slam medals and double world championship silver medalist. And here she is, left-handed, coming in very strong, tying up her opponent here. Uchimata attempt, well, nicely counter-attack there from the Italian with Ashiwaza. Well, the winner of this contest will go through to fight Katie Jemima Yates Brown. And you can see here the Italian is really taking control of this contest. She's trying to pin her opponent here. And for me, I think she's going to finish this one if she can keep control of that shoulder, really drive the shoulder back. Oh, well, what a disaster for the Italian. The referee stops that. And, well, for Meszaros, she had a lucky escape there. Well, no score here, and no penalties either. So a real clean sheet for both these athletes. We're going to be coming into the halfway mark, and really have to see, you know, why is Meszaros at judo isn't really working how we used to see her. She's left-handed. She likes that high left grip. Well, Poita as well. She's doing what she has to do. She's not really making much advantage to really score on her opponent, but she is looking busier, and that's something that Meszaros really needs to be careful at. There has to be a lot more action from her, and yeah, we can see again Poita really likes that inside grip, and well, I don't think the referee's going to allow that type of attack. So if you could see there, I think Poita dropped onto her knees, didn't get any rotation, and I think for me it was a bit of a get-out attack when Meszaros was looking stronger. And there you see Keith Merrick, British referee there in the middle, gives the first penalty to the Italian. Counter-attack there from the Hungarian. Now she's warming up, and hopefully we're going to see a big score here. Well, 31 years old now, Annette Meszaros, and well, she'd had a really strong senior career in the under 70 kilogram category. Now looking here for a counter-attack on her opponent and into the last minute. Well, she's 4 times world medalist and former European champion, all at under 70 kilograms. Last result was a silver medal in the Continental Cup in Bratislava just last month. And there she is. She picks up her first penalty there for passivity. Just overstretching herself there for the Tanya Toshi Uchimata attempt. Really just not connecting with her opponent or getting the reaction she needs. Maybe the setup and the reaction time in this weight category is a little bit slower than what she's used to. So she maybe needs to be a little bit more physical with the setup for the throw. Well, Matijass attempt there from the Italian, looking for control of the shoulder, maybe looking for the arm lock. But Meszaros there just glancing over to a coach, looking for some advice and searching forward and back. Needs to be careful when she's coming behind for that Tanya Toshi that she's not getting the correct reaction, and there she's susceptible herself to being countered. Well, misses the opportunity there for the groundwork attack because the time now has run out. 4 minutes is over and we're going to go into the golden score period. Golden score period in judo is a bit of a sudden death, and it'll be her first one to score. Well, the advantage is to the Hungarian with 1 shido to 2, but Poita can still sneak this one if she gets the score, but she's in danger. If she picks up another penalty, the win will go to Meszaros. Meszaros there searching for the strong belt grip. And that was the danger for me. The counter-attack for Meszaros went behind her opponent, and well, I thought for me that was worthy of a score as well. Well, it would have been reviewed, and whether there wasn't enough intention from the Italian, but a real wake-up call here for Meszaros, and she needs to really get to understand, you know, she's not getting the nice alignment for a technique, so she's just out of line there, and because she hasn't got the setup for it or any real momentum, she's just fallen straight onto her face. And again here, coming forward with a strong grip. Well, negative attack there from the Italian, but now with the new rule changes, it's a real opportunity to score. I think we may see an end to this contest. You can see there the referee just asking for the players just to tidy up their judogis, and you can see that he gives the third penalty to Poita, and the win goes to Meszaros Annette from Hungary. Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Melanie Wallace from Australia, and she's facing Shelley Ludford of Great Britain. Wallace in the white judogi and Ludford in the blue. Well, we've got right versus left. Ludford inside grip there, searching for the forward technique. And well, field attack from Wallace, and now Ludford looking for the shimmy waza. Her hand will be through underneath the... Yeah, well, she lost her grip in there, and referee just stands them up a bit out of the mat area, and she wants the fight to be done in the middle of the mat. Well, here we see Ludford managing to get the pin. Well, it's a Kujuri Kezagatami, and she takes the 20 seconds, and a very confident start from the British player. She's really made great progression coming into this weight category herself, moving up from the 70 kilogram weight division. And she's really tall and athletical, and I think this weight category is going to suit her very well. And she'll go through into the second round. Our next contest here, we're going to be seeing Sophie Berger from Belgium, and she's facing Laia Talan from Spain. Berger in white and Talan in blue. Well, both of these athletes are right-handed, so they're both wanting the same grip, so really trying to cancel out each other's strong grip. You can see there the Spanish athlete coming over with that strong right-handed grip. She wants that over the top. Now nipping underneath for the single shoulder attempt, and now, well, the Belgian player looking for the shimiwaza, and well, Talan there really not mixing it down in groundwork. She wants to do the business standing up. She's very confident here. And you can see, although she's right-handed, she likes to stand with that left foot forward, and she'll use her left hand, what we call a post out, so it avoids her opponent coming over with that high hand. Well, she doesn't manage it that time, and the Belgium athlete again looking for a chance or an opening in Nyuaza. Well, both of these athletes really struggling to make a real scoring attempt on each other, and it's not for not trying, it's really the strong position of both players, and they're using their movement to break their opponent's balance and also get into a good position to throw. And sometimes when you get some athletes who are very well matched, it can be very difficult for them to get their own way here. Now, both players here picking up Judo for passivity. The referee wants to see a little bit more action from them. So Talan here just to the disadvantage. She has 2 penalties. One more penalty to her and she will really miss out. So pressure on the edge from Berger. A Sutemi-Wazra attempt from the Spaniard. And well, is this an opportunity here for Berger and a strong Nyuaza attempt? She's looking there for the shimiwaza. You can see she's putting pressure on the neck, but the referee has a good view there, and he didn't think anything was going to come from that. So he stands them back up, and we're just over the minute mark. Talan here now pressing forward. She knows she's in some danger. Now she takes that strong right hand on again. Tries to move her opponent. And she just really needs to either rotate her opponent or create some space there. Well, just really getting manhandled down to the ground again by Berger. Now Berger really has a good opportunity there to finish it in Nyuaza, but well, doesn't really make the attempt there. Well, it was a nice attempt there from Talan for the Ouchigari, but she's really just not getting enough reaction or movement from Berger. Berger, for me, not doing enough now, and well, she's susceptible to picking up a penalty as well for passivity. We're going to now go through into the golden score period, so really still, this is open to anyone. First one to score will finish this contest. Well, if Talan can use that movement, that draw that she does, she's getting a better reaction. You because if without that movement, she's really must feel like she's hitting a brick wall. Still very passive from the Belgian player. She's using that collar grip to hold out. No attack from her, no attempt. Here again, the Spanish girl drawing in. That's what we want to see. But just being pipped to the post there again by Berger. Well, maybe got that attack in just in time. Well, there we see the second penalty going to Berger. Now that was for that false attack down in this right-hand corner. She didn't really make a big attempt to throw upon her. Lost her gripping as well. And for me, Talan here, looking the busier player, looking to really get some skill in this fight. And just think for me, Berger is difficult to move. She's difficult to get a reaction from. She's very strong on that right-handed grip, putting her opponent under some pressure. And well, this for me is Talan. For me, has some nice movement here. I'm sure with some more development, she'll really improve. She'll work on how to fight somebody who likes that strong right-handed grip, and she'll find a solution for that. And when she finds the solution, she'll have that judo to back it up as well. Still with a chance. Anyone here can win this score in this golden score period. First one to get the penalty or first one to score will take the win. Well, not the best attack from the Spaniard. I don't think it was a false attack. She took her opponent down with her, but she did lose the grip. And I think for me that'll be a really unfortunate Shido if it is, because I think for me she was coming back stronger and showing that she had more skill, I think, in that contest than her opponent. Yep, and there we go. She forces the third penalty for passivity, and Leah Talan from Spain takes the win. Well, I must admit, I was really pleased about that one. I think she became unstuck. She really struggled with that strong gripping from the German, but the German was very static, very passive, and I thought the Spanish athlete there just deserved to take that first win. Well, I think if we can, we're going to move over to mat 1, and we're going to follow the second half of the contest between Stuart McWatt of Great Britain and Thomas Snijders of the Netherlands. So it's McWatt in the white judogi and Snijders in blue. A nice attempt there from McWatt. Well, McWatt, real prospect here in men's senior judo for Great Britain. He has a fantastic spatial awareness and some really unusual throwing skills as well. Ashiwaza attempt by the Dutch player there, just touching on to his opponent's ankle there. Sianagi attempt. Oh, and well, that was superbly done by McWatt. Takes the first score, and we're into the last minute now, so good timing. Stuart McWatt there with just one Shido, so he can afford to take one more penalty within this last minute. Anything more than that, he will get disqualified, so he'll be very aware of his position there as well, and he needs to look after this score without putting himself under any danger. Well, Snijders as well will have to come forward, and when I say come forward, he has to really attempt to throw his opponent. So for me, McWatt is really in control of this contest, and you know, if his opponent wants to throw him, he's going to have to come forward, and McWatt will be suited for that style of judo. He likes the low Seoinage attempts. Stuart McWatt now looking for opportunity in Newaza to finish this first round contest. Well, it's a second round contest. It's Stuart McWatt's first contest. He had a bye first round, so a win in this one will put him through into the third round. And you can see the crowd pleased about that one. It's their first time seeing McWatt on the mat here, and well, he didn't disappoint, did he? That was a super finish in that second round contest for him there. Stuart McWatt there will go into the third round, and he'll face the winner of the next contest. Well, if you've just joined us, we're here at the Glasgow European Open, and we're in the Emirates Arena, and we're just on the east side of Glasgow. We're in throwing distance of Parkhead, which is the home to the famous Celtic Football Club. And it's fantastic here, having a good crowd in, really knowledgeable, and really supporting the British players here. And we have young James Hayes here from Great Britain, and he's facing Adam Borchashvili from Austria. Hayes in white and Borchashvili in blue. Well, that was probably one of our, one of our quickest finishes, but the score got downgraded to a Wazari, and we'll be able to have a look at that. We'll get a replay of that one for you as well. Really quick from Hayes. You can see the low Kataguruma attempt, and then you can see he just changes the movement there, using the double grip to drive his opponent over. Well, Yoko Tominagi attempt there from the Austrian, and well, James Hayes from Great Britain showing his gymnastic skill there, and just manages to spin right out of it. And that Sodi attempt there from the Austrian, and he evens the score out, so a Wazari score, and that for them both with just over 2 minutes to go. Well, Hayes loses his lead there, but another Wazari score will take the win. And you can see here Borchashvili just controlling on his opponent's sleeve there, using that sleeve to attack, and again for the lovely Seoinage, Moroto Seoinage this time, and he takes the second Wazari and the win. Well, it was a good start there for James Hayes, but well, skill level from Adam Borchashvili just proved to be a little bit too much in this second round contest. And we'll see Borchashvili later on. He'll be fighting against Stuart McWatt, also from Great Britain, in the third round. Well, this contest we see Baptiste Pierre from France, and he's facing Kriszan Szabolcs from Hungary. Pierre in white and Kriszan in blue. Well, just a Judo picked up by both athletes, and well, the referee just requesting to the Hungarian player there just to tidy up his judogi. Sometimes that judogi can get really loose, and it's a disadvantage to the opponent because they just don't get the control to throw. Well, he picks up a second penalty as well, and you saw the referee's action there, and it was because he took the judogi out of his belt, and well, for like I was saying before, it's a disadvantage to your opponent if your belt and judogi isn't tied up. Nice Ashiwaza attempt there from Kriszan, but he has to be extremely careful here. He can't afford to pick up any more penalties. 3 penalties, and that's the end of that. But well, what we did see was some spectacular judo there. Osoto Gari, and absolutely finished his opponent flat onto his back. And if you want to know what a Nippon score is, that was a fantastic example there. Mainly lands on the back with some real force and drive and control. Hello. So we're really pleased to be bringing our current world silver medalist, Nekoda Davis. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to have you here. And for us, we were just following the judo through yesterday and gave you a mention because we were watching some of the young athletes coming through, and they really showed just a lot of not just good judo skill, but they were very level-headed and understood how to really fight their match with a lot of control and not just being professional, but being really mature about how they approached it. And I know when we were watching you at the World Championships, so coming out, if I explain to our listeners at home, Nekoda fought in Azerbaijan at the World Championships it just felt like it was last week.
Yeah.
But about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And already a world bronze medalist, but you came into a very, very strong field and made your way all the way through, putting out some really top seeds, including current world champion and Olympic silver medalist from Mongolia.
Yeah.
And didn't just get through that fight, you absolutely destroyed her on the way. And losing out to the current world champion Japanese opponent. But what was really spectacular about your whole performance was it was very level-headed, it was very tactical, and didn't just show really good judo skill in tachiwaza but also in newaza. And I think for us it was nice to see some of the young athletes in that, and I think they were quite reminiscent of your style of judo as well yesterday. How are you feeling now? I know I spoke to you last week and said, wow, because it was still very fresh that you'd come back with this medal. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm feeling really, really good. It's all sunk in now, and I've had time to celebrate a tiny bit and to be at home with family and just to be around my club and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been a really nice feeling to come back off the back of, it's a long preparation, long build up to World Championships, and to come away with a medal and just know that you've done the job. You can relax a little bit. And just kind of, I feel more excited now about the year, like the rest of the year, and and moving forward into qualification. I feel really excited now.
What's your next steps now going through into the last few months of the year? Because we know in judo it's very difficult. It's not like a lot of sports where you have a season. Judo seems to just go forever. You may get some time out in the summer, but if you're leading into a big championships, like, when do you ever get a break?
Well, never really. I'm going to fight in Mexico next week. We kind of already had it on the plan. I haven't had many fights, competitions this year, so we kind of already had it on the plan to do Mexico and Abu Dhabi, and then probably have a good training block onto the Masters, which is right at the end of the year. So that's sort of my plan for the rest of this year. And I know it seems like I'm fighting a lot, you know, for having just won a world medal, but I think given the fact that I haven't fought many times this year, and the world is my only result yet in the qualification period, it's still so important that I can get points on the board early and just, you know, just I take the pressure off myself a little bit. Yeah,
I think as well, when you're talking about qualification for an Olympic Games, it's over a 2-year period, but how important is it to get those them big wins in early?
Oh, massive. It's really, really, I can feel like I can relax a little bit, and you know, to get a world medal at this point in the qualification period is so big. I know I can relax a little bit, and you know, my next focus can be just the real big majors, the Masters, some of the Grand Slams, and then obviously on to Worlds next year, which will be the last Worlds in this qualification. So yeah, it's just put me ahead, and I can definitely just keep focusing on improving my judo. What areas of your judo would you think I can improve? Because to get to that level in the world, to win 2 world medals, to know how strong judo is in the world now, how many countries, how many athletes compete, and to be able to keep getting those results at that high level, you would think you have it all done. You understand not just how to fight. You have to be aggressive and strong and fit, and have explosive judo, especially in a lightweight category that you're in. But be very technical aware. But to keep getting those results, you would think, hey, you've got it made. You must have everything in place. So as an athlete at that level, you still feel there's areas you have to improve. Yeah, massively. When I watch myself back on video or film, I'm definitely not the finished article, and there's areas that I want to improve, and I think I'll know when I'm there. I'll be able to watch myself and go, yeah, that's exactly how I want my judo to look, and how I want it to feel as well. So I just keep doing what I do, just trying to do it better. And you know, become really dominant. You know, I'd like to be in the position that, say, Yoshida is. She stormed through the competition on the day, and the final, I really don't feel like I really got stuck into that final. You know, she knew exactly how to pick me off and keep me out of, you know, a chance of winning that medal on the day. So I'm really striving towards, you know, being that successful, being that confident in my judo, improving my niwaza even more. And just bringing all my elements together that I'm already good at, and just making them even stronger. I was wanted to ask you about your semi-final win, because you were against the current world champion Dureau from Mongolia. And judo can sometimes be really autonomous. So although you're looking for your preferred grip, your preferred move, your setup, and because it's very well rehearsed, but at a high performance level, when you're under a lot of pressure, there was an opportunity for you there to shimiwaza your opponent with a choke. And was that something that you had rehearsed a lot and you were very confident, if I get into this position, this is what I'm going to do? Or was it an opportunist position for you? I think it was a little bit of both. I think I've definitely been working a lot on transition and training, just again to improve my judo and add a section to my judo that's not really been a dominant force. Everyone probably knows that I'm more dominant standing, and I don't usually look for opportunities on the floor if they're not there. I wouldn't necessarily try and build and spend a lot of time down there. compared to someone like, say, Sally, who spends a lot of her time on the floor and wants to really get a catch down there. But I've been working a lot on just getting that catch in training when we're doing standing randori. Just if it's there, feel it, get back up, it's fine. So I think that has really paid off, because that again was an opportunity. It was there. Yeah, and I went for it. Yeah, and I was thinking as well, the opportunity to do that in training, and it works in training is one thing, but to be able to do it in a semi-final at a World Championships against a world champion, that's a different level. Yeah. I think it was definitely just an opportunity, and I think my body just knew what to do at that moment. Even when it was slipping away, I just, in my head, I thought, I can't let this slip away. This might be my only opportunity to win this match and get into the final, so I have to make it work. And I think that's just, believing in yourself and wanting it so badly.
I think that's good advice, if we have any young listeners who are looking to get into competition, or they already do competition, that when you're in that fight, you have to believe in yourself that you can win every fight. And I think that just proves to everybody that if that opportunity's there and you want it, you can really make it win. So I'm just going to have a look at the mat here on 81 kilograms, and I know we've got some really strong competitors in here. Anthony Couras from Australia, he's facing Maxime Flamant from France. So we've got Couras in the white judogi and Flamant in the blue. Flamant is leading by a Wazari. He does have one penalty, but that shouldn't worry him too much. We're just under the 2-minute mark here as well. I think this is a competition here that's just starting to really build. Had a quite a good entry here, but a lot of strong athletes coming from the continent. And what was really nice to see, we've got some very strong athletes that use competitions like this either to get back after they've had injury, or just to get just as a training event sometimes. But I'm going to follow some of the 70 kilogram category, because we know we've got an Olympic medalist as well from Germany. Laura Vargas Koch is in as well. But I'm having a look down at the bottom mat as well. We've got 2 British players fighting each other in the plus 100 kilograms, which is an interesting matchup. Got Adam Hall. I know he's normally under unders, so he's moved up to see if he can do that one. And if you're listening at home, you can follow any of the mats by pressing on to your screen there. I'm not sure if it's on the right side or if it's on the top, but whichever feed you're watching, you'll be able to do that. And you see the second score there, but it's a Nippon score for the Frenchman, and he takes the win and plays in the 3rd round. Is there anyone who you're looking out for today? Anyone who really interests you, who you think is going to make it through?
I'm obviously biased in that matter, because I've come to support Stuart today. Stuart's my partner, so he's under 81 kilograms today, and got a real home crowd behind him when he came out. Everyone was shouting for him, so he's got a lot of support here today, and if he does what I know he can do, then he'll perform really well today.
We were talking about Stuart earlier on. We followed his 2nd round contest, and he just has a real fantastic spatial awareness, but also he has some really good throwing skills as well. And he finished his opponent off with a fantastic low Sianagi technique, and it was a real crowd pleaser. It kind of woke everybody up here in the Emirates Arena. But we were also saying about Stuart McWatt, he'd been really unfortunate in judo. You can pick up injuries, but for Stuart, he'd picked up a couple of really serious injuries over the last few years. But I think as somebody who follows judo a lot, and seeing somebody like Stuart to be able to come back and work really hard in his recovery, and also get the support from the British Judo Association and the medical teams and all their coaches, but just to show that how important that support is.
So important. And comes hand in hand with work ethic.
Yeah.
Work ethic, and you need that support system around you. And Stuart has such a great work ethic. I've never seen someone, you know, go through one ACL injury and then, you know, injure the other one straight away and stay as focused as he did. You know, he never missed a day of rehab. He was in every day, and he did everything he needed to do to get back, you know, to where he is now, which is just absolutely incredible. I don't know if I could have done the same thing as him. So I've got a lot of respect for what he's done. Yeah, and I had an opportunity to watch him out in Bratislava, where he won the Senior European Cup there. And he was just, I watched him do his warm-up, and his warm-up wasn't straight in a normal warm-up. He did a lot of rehab first. You could see him taking his time, really professional in his outlook. And in every contest he did, like we were talking about before, the technical judo side is there, but really understands how to manage when to attack, when not to attack. Tactics were very good, but just a real mature attitude towards being an athlete. And I think that's what I think when everyone's looking into the British setup and the support systems and the work that goes on behind the scenes, it's not just about being on a mat training judo. There's so much more to being a top 100%. Athlete now. And what kind of work would you say you do that isn't on the mat but is equally important as a judo athlete? I recently, this side of the cycle, I didn't work with the psychologist in the Rio cycle, but at the start of this Tokyo cycle I started working with Andrew's psychologist, and for me it's been a massive game changer. I think when in Rio cycle, you know, the expectation was never on me to qualify and to do as well as I had done. So, you know, it brings about a completely different mindset when you're in a new cycle and, you know, you perform so well. Like, it was my first competition back when I won World Bronze last year. And that was a lot of pressure. I felt a lot of pressure after that event, and I felt like I had a lot to prove. So, you know, mentally it becomes a real big mental game. And I did fall short at the Europeans this year, where I went in as first seed and I didn't quite feel ready for it. And that really did show in my performance. And there was other factors that played a part in why I didn't perform very well, but mentally, you know, that was definitely, I would say, 70% of it. And so for me, a game changer has definitely been working with a psychologist off the mat. We do a lot of work around expectation and you know, looking at things as opportunities rather than feeling pressure. And I think that's helped me no end, and especially going into the World Championships, I was just so confident and I had my head right. And I just went out there each fight taking it as an opportunity to just go out there and just show my judo. And not to feel held back by pressure or stress or anything like that. So for me, it's been a massive game changer. It's so interesting listen to that, knowing I mean my experiences as an athlete and looking how judo has developed and the support systems that you do get as an athlete, but understanding that mental game and understanding stresses and pressure can absolutely destroy an athlete. You know, but if you can work with the right person, absolutely use those pressures for your advantage. It's amazing, isn't it, that can be done? Well, we're just going to have a look at this contest here between Elliot Connolly from New Zealand and Gomez Tavares from France. There's no score and they're just hitting the halfway mark here. Well, first penalty there goes to Gomez for a gripman infringement. Well, he's just holding on to his opponent's fingers. And well, there's so many different ways you can be penalised in judo. And knowing now with new rule changes, and you can pick up 3 penalties, 3 mistakes, and well, it's all over, isn't it? It's it's a tough game out there. They come thick and fast sometimes as well. It's such a, you can sometimes see, unfortunately for some players, they'll pick up a couple of penalties in that first minute, and you just think, well, it's all over. It can be all over. You know, we can't afford to make any mistakes out there. And what's really interesting, and I think it's great watching judo, is it's not great for the athletes. I can't imagine having to do this as an athlete, but going into a golden score period, it's like, it is like a sudden death. And I think we watched it more so in the World Mixed Team event when it gets to be
that sudden death kind of, my team's reliant on me to win this. It's a lot of pressure for athletes out there, and to understand, if you haven't done judo before, what that pressure must feel like. But something I really love about the mixed team event is when you get an even score between, and then you have to pick out an athlete to come out, and whoever wins that contest, and it starts on a golden score. So there's it's not timed. It's whoever gets the first score. It makes it so interesting as a spectator, but I can't picture what that's like to be an athlete waiting to see if your name gets picked out. Has that ever happened to you yet?
Not like in that situation, like in the team tournament, but I know what it's like when you do go into golden score. I think mentally, it's a lot of the time it comes down to who's stronger. Yeah. Because you have to see that as an opportunity to steal the fight, to take it. Yeah. And to make that one moment count. Yeah. So I think for me, it's a positive thing. I like golden score. I feel like I can get the upper hand, but I'd imagine for a lot of athletes, it's quite hard, especially if you're tired as well. Yeah. By that point, it can be really difficult.
Well, 45 seconds to go here, and Conley, he has the advantage here. He's a clean sheet, and he will be trying to force the third penalty onto Gomez. We're looking at this as a point scoring event for the Olympics, and though the points you get here aren't very high, what do you think the advantages are coming into an event like this for some of the young athletes?
It's massive. I think it's so important to get senior exposure before you're actually a senior, and before that actual pressure's on you to perform. It's so important. Like I saw with Josie yesterday, it's an amazing time for her to be able to come to an event like this and to build confidence, the amount of confidence she would have taken from yesterday moving forwards. She's got the Junior World, I think, coming up.
Yes, that's right.
So, she's going to be walking in there with a lot more confidence than she did before she did this event. And, moving forwards, when she does start to burst on the senior circuit, which I'm sure will be very soon, she's already got a few wins underneath her belt, and you can shift those initial nerves away. Those initial nerves, it's my first senior event, I'm not sure how it's going to go. She's done it, so she can walk in there with a bit more confidence. So I think it's so important. My coach Joe was so big on getting me exposure at a younger level. So I did Senior European Cups, and I did a lot of senior events before I was even senior. And that really just pushed me on when I was a senior. It wasn't new anymore. I'd done it before.
It wasn't a scary thing going into it. I think as well, when you're young, you have you just don't hold back, do you? You have an opportunity to do something, and you have no fear. You have no learnt experience that can be negative. So I think you're right. It's good to get in young, especially with female athletes. I think they can handle the physical side of it as well sooner, obviously, than male players. I think we're going to see if we can move up to mat 3. And see if we can follow this match between Adam Hall and Neil Schofield. Adam Hall, we've missed it. Adam Hall manages to get the win there, and it was in under a minute. And he put out his teammate there. I was talking to Adam Hall last week about this tournament, and he said, I'm going to try the plus hundreds, because he's always been an under hundreds athlete, and he just says, I'm going to try it. Don't know whether he's looking to finish his judo career or anything like that, but I just felt like he could do really well at this weight category, especially at this level. And it would be a nice one for him to come out here. I'm sure his family have come up from the northeast, and his dad is a big judo guy. He's always done judo to a really good level, and obviously brought his son through as well. His dad Gary, I'm sure he's out in the crowd following him as well. Well, I'm going to see if we can move again to mat 2, And we're going to see if we can follow Jamal Petgrave from Great Britain and Martin Matijass from Germany. It's Petgrave in white and Matijass in blue. And we're just following now to a golden score period, and we were just discussing this. It's like a sudden death time where players can win off a single score, or if you can really push your opponent to pick up 3 penalties. Here's an opportunity for Petgrave for the counter. Well, he gets it.
Yeah.
And he gets the Wazari, and you could see how he did that. His opponent there initiated that strong attack, but Petgrave managed to manoeuvre his shoulders and take control when he was on his way down, and managed to get his shoulder down onto the mat. You can see here the drive of the shoulder, and Shini's opponent over, and well, a bit of a drag down in the end, but nevertheless it was a good score for the young Brit. Petgrave now will go into round 3, and we'll be able to catch him a little bit later on. You can see I think this technique was initially developed from Uchimata, and it was like an Uchimata Sugeshi.
Yeah.
So an Uchimata Sugeshi was a bit like of a hop round and a rotation, and it was done years ago, and it was never scored. You could never get a score from it, but it was a good defence. And then when they've started scoring it, but when I see that, I think I can't believe that's a score. When they, you know, you have to see how judo's developed, and when we're looking as a spectator, it has to be clear that if you throw your opponent, they land on the side or the back, it's a score. But to get a nip on, it's something special. You have to have a lot of force. There has to be a clear hit really onto the back, and with you know a bit of drive as well. Where we're going to see David Kukovic from Slovenia, and he's facing Benoit Collin from France.
There's a lot of good judo today. I've seen a lot of nice throws. And
I think we've well, from the World Championships and even coming through here. I mean, it's not always fair, I don't think, for athletes that they change the rules so much, and athletes are constantly having to develop and change and alter their judo. But I think if you've come into judo and you're involved in judo, that's nothing new. That's always happened. So athletes always understand that things change, and all athletes have to change as well. So it's something that's in your makeup that you constantly looking to develop, like you said before, or try to develop new moves to stay ahead of your opponents. And for me, it's clear. It makes it clear for spectators to see, but there's something about the rule changes that I think have made judo really dynamic. And good to see.
You have to throw. You have to throw to win now. And I think you can see more and more people aren't holding back from throwing. So it's nice to watch.
Well, there's a passivity penalty there, goes to the Slovenian, but it's still early days. There's over the 2 minutes to go into this second round contest, and no score. Strong grip in there, an attack from Collin of France. Soto comes off the opposite side, but for me, he'd lost a bit of control there, but the referee just had a glance up to the care system, and they'd have reviewed that and thought there was enough control there to pick up the score.
Very strong attack.
Yeah,
some really dynamic players on the mat today.
I think for me, we've got some really strong young athletes coming through, and I think you have to be exposed, like you said before, and you have to be you have to have these opportunities, and without the opportunities, how do you ever progress? To have that mat time in the competition is really important. And I think for me, it's going to be really interesting having a look into the quarterfinals and the finals to see how many young British male players are there, and I think we could see a few coming through. Tominagi there, Ippon for Benoit Collin, and super win. He'll go through into the third round, and well, unfortunately for Kovacic, it's early exit. He won't have an opportunity there to fight on for another bronze medal contest.
Number 2, a win to Benoit from France.
Here we have a replay. You can see the setup handstand. Tried to avoid that technique, but the continuation in the gripping from Benoit managed to secure that win.
It's lovely. It's really hard to get an Ippon from a Tominagi. So
yeah. It's really nice to see, because it just takes full commitment, doesn't it? But it's nice for spectators to be able to see how to throw in different directions.
Yeah.
I think it's something that the French have always been very good at, Tominagi.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Ibrahim Keita from France, and he's facing Henry Hannula from Finland. Keita in white and Hannula in blue. There's been some really strong Finnish players in this tournament, but also in Europe coming through.
I didn't realise they had such a big team, because you don't see like that many players going around on the IGF tour.
Yeah, I think it's something that has been developed over a few years. I saw a lot of cadets a few years ago coming through, really with good judo, but very, very physically strong.
Yeah.
And now in maybe the lower European competitions, you start seeing the teams arriving and starting to come through the preliminaries and start doing well and start picking up those lower European level medals. So you never know, in a few years' time you might start seeing him on the IGF circuit.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of judo at the minute, is the levels across the countries so diverse, and there's more and more countries coming through stronger. And you know, you look at the podiums now, and there's lots of different nations on each podium. It's not just the same people all the time from the same nation. So yeah, I think making judo very exciting.
It's really diverse judo, I think, worldwide, and I think that's something that the IGF really showcase for the Olympic Games, that they have the widest spread of countries who are podium placed as well. And I think as well, maybe they might even have the most countries qualify for judo in the Olympic Games as well, the biggest spread.
Yeah.
Well, Keita there picking up first penalty. We've got Keith Merrick, GB international referee there. He's controlling the proceedings here. Uchi attempt. That was nice. Yeah. Just really off the grip. Got a lot of movement and what we call kazushi in judo, which is a form of break and balance before you enter your technique. Well, there's a real grip fight here. You can see Keita from France wants that over the top high right-handed grip, and he's showing here. He's trying to get a little bit of movement with the ashiwaza, flurry of attacks, and well, just pressurising his opponent on the edge as well.
Yeah.
I know this is a technique that you like to use in Uchigari.
Yeah.
And would you use it with an opposite? So if you're right-handed or left-handed, you'd use it on an opposite gripper, or would you? Is it a technique that you like to use against somebody who's the same grip as you?
Normally same side.
Yeah.
Just there's so many different ways you can do it. But I think the way I do it, it would be against same side, because opposite side would be standing too much on my hip.
Yes.
Standing too much on my right hip, so it'd be difficult for me to get the angle.
Yeah. Yeah, we were looking at techniques and what techniques work against different styles, and there's different techniques that you can how how players do them. And I always think of Uchigari, when you're taking that leg away, that you should be driving into that side.
Yeah.
But you can sometimes see different players will use an Uchigari in a different style of a hop in into the head. And I think someone who was very good at that is Clarisse Agabenka.
Yeah.
She likes to do that, doesn't she? It's very like a French style of Uchigari.
Yeah.
Well, Keita there picking up that first Wazari score, and well, he's well into the last minute here, and he'll be, you know, having a little bit of a tactical battle here. He'll not want to give anything away. Doesn't want to make any more mistakes. He only has the one Shido, but he looks quite comfortable out there. Just controlling both of the sleeves here. He's maybe looking a little bit negative, but he can afford to make one more mistake.
Yeah. That was a nice Sienagi attempt from the Finnish player.
Yeah.
A few seconds to go now.
You can see experience here is so important, isn't it? When you're in this position, it's you see a lot of young athletes get an early score, and you can see the whole fight changes, and seeing that positive gripping, and still looking for opportunities, but looking after yourself. They'll go quite defensive and be looking after their score more.
Yeah.
And we saw there with the French athlete there, he just stayed very positive, very strong with his grips, and just didn't give his opponent really any advantage to come through.
And if what you're doing is working, then you shouldn't change it just because you've got a score on the board.
Right. Well, our next contest, we're going to be seeing Egil Blondel from Iceland, and he's facing Guillaume Rua from France. Blondel in the white judogi and Rua in blue. Iceland.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, I think there's a small team from Iceland here as well, which is, you don't often see big teams from these Scandinavian countries, but that was a nice takedown there, wasn't it? First score goes to Blondel. And now he's looking for the Jujikatami. There's a lot of pressure there on his opponent's arm. He's in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I think he could get this.
And what does he have to do to get that rotation?
At least the head slipped now, so so
that was
French is able to defend a little bit more.
Yeah. It takes a lot out of athletes, I think, when they do go to attack in ground work. And I think what you said earlier on was really interesting to say. If there wasn't anything really there, why take your time and kind of waste energy when you know you're going to have to stand up, and you only have a very short period of time to recover, get them energy supplies back in, and go again. So I think that attempt, sometimes it's easier to defend in Nuasa than it is to attack.
Definitely.
Now it's Rua's opportunity. Has control there of the shoulder.
Be a score?
Well, this is a fine line, isn't it? Well, he manages there to get the pin from there. Originally, that would have been well, the hold is just out. You can see he's just rotated out, but he still has control of the arm. Well, I thought it could be a score.
Blue was still standing.
And if you think about that, yesterday we had an athlete who was down on the ground for about 6 seconds. There was no action, and then he kind of got just picked up, thrown back, and it was scored. But that was a 6 second delay, and for that it was continuous.
Yeah.
You have to see that whether they were both in Nuaza, as he attempted that, or was he standing up? If he was standing up on both feet, he's deemed to be in Tachiwaza, and if he did that in Tachiwaza off 2 feet, it was an attack, and therefore it should have scored.
Yeah, I think they might have looked at it, but maybe decided it wasn't.
I think what we'll do is we'll be able to have a look at it if we can get a replay.
That definitely was.
Yeah. Well, he's really coming back into this contest now. Rua from France has a good opportunity to score. He knows he has to control that upper quarter of his opponent, and you can see he's just used the belt there to tie off the arm and the shoulder, loses it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, because he lost the shoulder. Now Blondell just struggling to get onto his feet there. Just really tired now. We're just still have over a minute to go. Well, I think they're both evenly matched on the physical side. Rua, for me, has a bit of a wider range, or he's just showed a wider range of techniques at the moment.
Yeah.
And bit of a failed attack there from Blondell, and now he's in a unfortunate position. Just manages to get up onto his feet.
Yeah.
But I think he felt that one. He was in a bit of pain there.
Yeah, the position sometimes you get yourself in judo.
Yeah, and the adrenaline. Well, the other thing is the adrenaline's going, isn't it? And you know, you don't really feel the knocks out there at all, do you? It's,
no, not until afterwards.
Sometimes when you're actually watching the contest, you know, as a spectator, you think, what are you doing? How are you getting into those positions? For someone who doesn't do judo, it's it can look, you know, very, very difficult. Well, Rua there came back very strong. He finished with a second score, and well, it was a good contest to watch, that, wasn't it?
He did well to get the score early on the board and made the Frenchman really work for that.
Yeah, we did, and it's a shame it was a round 2 exit for Blondell. I think I would have liked to see how he could have progressed later on. Well, our next contest we're going to be seeing is Sama Hawa Camara from France, and she's facing Alona Lucassen from the Netherlands. Camara will be in the white judogi and Lucassen is in the blue. Camara had a really strong second round contest here. And it's going to be interesting watching the under 78 kilograms today. She did, I'm trying to think who she fought. I think she could have fought Emma Reid in her first round contest, the British player. And she came in for a left low Sianagi, and it was...
I think Emma might be still in. It was a British player, but...
Let's see who it was.
It was Rachel Tyler, I think.
Oh, it was. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It was Rachel Tyler. Yeah, Emma Reid won her first contest. Yeah, that's right.
She's in the next fight.
Oh, she's in the next fight, yeah.
They'll probably match up, hopefully, in the semi-finals.
Yeah,
they both get through.
Yeah, Camara, she's had some really good results.
Yeah.
But coming from France, you obviously won't always get the opportunities to fight in the really high-level tournaments now.
There's a lot of strong 78 players in France, so she might not be getting a look in just now. But I know that she had an injury, so she could also be using this event to get some fights back underneath her belt.
Yeah.
On mat 3, the winner and moving forward to fight for bronze, Josie from France.
There's some really interesting matchups coming up on this mat. But remember, you can also follow any mat by choosing it on your screen. You'll be able to see which one to click onto, and so you can follow us, and we follow the judo throughout. Today we'll have the preliminaries this morning, and we'll move through into the medal matches later on. Really lucky here to be joined with Nekoda Davis. She's our current world silver medalist from Great Britain, and really making massive strides for our team out in the IGF World Tour. And well, you'll be moving through now, won't you, to you said Cancun?
Yeah,
you're going to Cancun, which is a Grand Prix out there, and from there I think your last competition is the World Masters.
Yeah, by the end of the year.
Can you tell us a little bit about the World Masters? Who can enter the World Masters, and what does it mean to you to be able to compete there?
Yeah, the World Masters is such a special event because only the top 16 in the world can enter. So it's special because it's actually the only event of the year that isn't open.
Yes.
And I've fought there a couple times. It's been a good event for me. I got 5th last year, just missed out on bronze, and it was a little bit upsetting, but it was still really big points, and that's the other main thing about fighting at the Masters is that there's 1,800 points on offer if you win gold, so that's massive. That's just 200 points less than the World Championships.
Right.
So it is a really good event. So definitely looking to do well at that event.
Yeah, it's I think if you follow judo, I think if there's one competition you can look forward to, it would be that one, because every matchup is going to be unreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to see, we're just mentioning Emma Reid earlier on. She has Georgia Stangherlin from Italy, and that's Emma Reid from Great Britain. She's in the blue judogi. Well, she had a good start, Emma Reid, winning her first contest, and well, we saw Stangherlin come through her first contest as well, and she was hard working, very gritty. A judo wasn't set up always, but she seemed to be understanding just to get more attacks in. Even though they were untidy, she made a few mistakes. But I think sometimes you see that from the Italian style of judo, that definitely. They understand to just have a very good high work rate.
Yeah. I mean, if you do all the attacking, your partner doesn't get a chance to get in an attack, so you're already up.
Well, she's looking for opening there in groundwork. She's got the legs in a good position. They're not really tied off, as she's looking for a sangaku attempt. But well, the referee didn't think it was going to go anywhere either, so he decided to stand them up and start again here. I think for me, Emma Reid, she still doesn't have the experience maybe as some of the female athletes in this weight category, but I think she has some real ability. It's just losing the control of the first, when she gets the grips. I think if you can initiate a little bit of movement from there and keep a really good posture, she'd have a better chance to score. She just loses her head a little bit in that first grip and exchange.
Yeah, you can't step off it for a second. You've got to stay on it even when the gripping gets tough.
Yeah, and I think what the Italian is really good at is when she grips, she moves off the grip, so she creates her opponent to have to step, and when your opponent steps, they have to react then. So where she's using that movement to attack Reid, Emma Reid will want to come forward. She only has the one penalty, and we're hitting the halfway mark here. Quarter-final in the Glasgow European Open. Good attempt there from Reid. Just going right off the mat there. Just going to have a look at some of the contests coming on the other mat, and we were talking about Stuart McWatt
Yeah.
He's your partner in crime.
Yeah.
And he has Adam Borchashvili from Austria. I was just wondering, has he fought Adam?
I'm not
Borchashvili
sure.
before?
I'm not 100, but by that name, I think he also might be Georgian.
Yeah,
Yeah, Vili. But I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Might have a look for
Yeah.
you. Do a bit of research here. Well, Stangherlin manages to get the first score there. She's leading by Iwasari with just under a minute and a half to go. Emma Reid still has an opportunity here to score back, but well, she picks up her second penalty there, and that's for her stepping out of the mat area. She wasn't very happy about that, was she? She
wasn't.
signalled to the referee.
But I kind of like that.
Yeah.
You know, Emma's quite a quiet. I train with Emma,
yeah.
so you know she's quite quiet. She's not one to speak up, so it shows passion.
Yeah.
It shows how badly you want to win, and
Yeah, she has I think for me, she has a really lovely nature about her, and she works hard.
Yeah, she does.
And I was just saying that she just may be lacking the experience at the moment, and but here she's going to take a lot from it. Whether she wins or loses, she'll learn from every experience. And, well, she's not giving up here. She's still coming back in. It's a big effort from her. I like the way she can really engage with her hips.
Yeah.
And if she can get the timing right, she can really score here.
Yeah.
Yeah, good effort.
Really
there.
good effort. Yeah, Emma's not been at the centre for very long, so it's it's nice to see how much she can progress.
Oh no, that was a good attempt. She's just losing on the sleeve, isn't she?
The control.
I think she could maybe, when she looks back, she maybe do some fight analysis, and she'll see how well she does engage and how well she set up that attack. And then there's one thing missing. It might be the sleeve. I'll do some work on that.
Yeah. So hard when it's left v right like that.
Yeah.
To get across and to get that sleeve. Sometimes it's unavailable, and you have to make do with gripping the lapel instead.
Yes.
But when you go on the lapel, it makes it really difficult to try and finish your techniques.
Yes.
So ultimately, you want to come back to the sleeve.
Well, I thought she came back really strong in that last minute. She just didn't get the opportunities maybe she could have had in the opening stages of that contest. But for me, what it did show is that she has got that real fight and that bounce back ability to come back. And well, we'll see her later on. It's nice to hear that she's training. Is she full time?
Full time now, yeah.
Yeah, training full time at the Centre of Excellence, which is where the British Judo have their high performance team.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if she's training at that level and she's surrounded by other athletes who are, wanting to do the same level of competition, that she's going to improve rapidly.
Yeah.
Well, it's a win anyway to Georgia Stangherlin from Italy. Our next contest is one I've been really looking forward to, and that's between Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain, and she's facing Annette Meszaros from Hungary. So it's Yates-Brown in white and Meszaros in blue. Really interesting, and I'm going to check to see if they've ever fought each other again. I'm not sure if they would have, because Meszaros used to fight 70 kilograms. She's had about 5 world medals. She's had about 5 years out, and here she is. She's moved up to 78. First contest, she wasn't a normal self. She said she was looking for some techniques that just weren't there. But she's looking here for the Jujigatami on Yates-Brown, and if you know Yates-Brown, you'll know that it's quite an impossible task to get this arm lock on. She's, she'll let go of the arm. She's actually has let go of the arm, and she's
really hypermobile.
So Maybe she just doesn't have any pain sensors either in her elbow joint. But it must really upset her opponents on the mat, or that, you know, just confuse them that I've got an outstretched arm and my judo's not working today, you know. Well, there's a Tanya Toshi. That's what she's good at. But in her first contest, she was just a little bit wild. She wasn't getting the reaction she needed. And I think sometimes you see that if you move up a weight and the athlete's a little bit slower, or you have to be more physical to get the reaction. She was really struggling against her opponent before, but with Yates Brown is a lighter opponent as well, moves faster, probably reacts a little bit to how she likes. And she doesn't want to stay there though, does she? She looks comfortable staying there.
Jemima's got a bit of everything. Yeah, I like the way Jemima fights. She likes to take any opportunity that's there.
Yeah, and this is that was a really good opportunity, and I think she would have really unsettled the Hungarian there.
I'm just really impressed at her track record.
Yeah, I'm going to have. I'll show you her track record. It's really amazing.
You know, winning 5 world medals, incredible.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether she had time out to do MMA. And obviously missed judo so much she's come back. Maybe 3 senior. I think the others might have been junior. Yeah.
Still pretty pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think when you look at her contests here, you can see that she had a really 5-year hiatus.
Wow.
Yeah.
I find it really interesting that people can leave the sport for a little while for whatever reason. If it's a woman, it might be that you want to start a family, or for whatever reason, and then can kind of find that love for it again and come back.
Yeah, because you can fall out of love with the sport quite easily, because it's not a glamorous sport to do. It's a tough sport to do, and if things aren't going your way, if you've taken a lot of injuries, you're not enjoying training, travelling's really difficult, and especially, like you say, if you have other interests, you study, or you want to shape a career as well. It's you have to be 100%. It has to be 100% or nothing, because you can't do this. That was a good first score there for Yates Brown.
I think they might waive it though.
Yeah.
It was a really good, had really good power on it. Just the finish managed to finish.
We'll be able to get a replay of it. Yeah, well, you were right. The wave that one off. Here she is again for the Sodi attempt.
That's going to be a score.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a real error as well by Meszaros. She thought she'd finished that technique, and well, Yates Brown, she wasn't finished.
Yeah. You've got to squash the technique. I was doing a masterclass on Friday, and that was one of the big things I was saying to the kids when you're going for transition. You've got to make sure you stop the Tachiwaza first, because then it's going to be continuous.
Yeah. Well, we'll be able to get a replay of that, so you'll be able to see what the referees will have a look at that to determine whether there was a continuation.
I don't know. For me, there was.
Yeah.
But
well, if there was a pause and they decided there was a stop and a pause within Jemima Yates Brown's drive continuation, they'll decide that wasn't a score. Well, they've reviewed it and decided it wasn't. I think for me it was so close.
It's very borderline.
Yeah. But for me, Yates Brown, she just made an error there. She just lost her grip, and unfortunately she picks up her first penalty for that. that was well received there from the Hungarian. Hungarian now will be looking to take the foot out, but at the same time she's lost control of her opponent. And well, again, Yates Brown really quick for her own transition there. And the referee obviously didn't see that happening, decided to stand them up when for me there was a real opportunity for Yates Brown to finish there.
This is shaping up to be a really good match.
Yeah, we're going into the dying seconds now, aren't we? And I think for me, we were talking about golden score, and this is one of the ones that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah.
And Meszaros will be just getting some medical treatment, maybe a little bit of tape or something like that, but she'll do that off the mat. Yates Brown's there is getting some advice there from her coach, GB coach there, Jamie Johnson. He's doing some refereeing as well in that chair.
Jamie's got a lot of passion.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's
that.
He's a real motivator, isn't he? He's a great motivator, and I think he's worked a long time with Jemima Yates Brown, so you have a good relationship with her, and she has a good understanding of what she needs when she's out on the mat there. She's you can see she's just keeping focused, keeping nice and light. It's very easy to lose your focus when you're standing in the middle of the mat. You'll see someone going off for some medical attention, and then the fight starts again, and someone's a little bit off guard.
It can change it as well. It can change the fight. Sometimes that rest is what you need to be able to go again and be explosive.
She's very tall. Yeah, Hungarians just very tall in stature.
Very, very good build. Well, the thing I love most about judo is that all the athletes come in all different shapes and sizes. Yeah,
you find that, don't you, if you go to a multi-sport event, especially in Olympic Games, and you're in a village, and the majority of athletes are over 6 foot.
Yeah.
And you can spot the judo athletes a mile away. But you're right, I think in Europe we've got some really tall, rangy athletes, and just depending on where you are in the world.
Yeah, the Asian nation tend to be quite short.
Well, Meszaros there, she's looking for the score.
Yeah,
and
I think they're going to look at that. Jemima was going for the sumigashi, but I think she caught her with a bit of ashiwaza on the way down.
Yeah, I think we couldn't see from this angle, but I think from the way she was controlled down, I think there was some ashiwaza used there. You can see the Tanya Toshi, and she just took her down. And she looked for the score. She knew it was there herself, but I think the referee here, I'm not sure his level, but I think he's missed a few things that are on top. But I think sometimes they do that because of the care system now, and I think they're a bit hesitant to give scores when it's there, because sometimes it's confusing. So if they're not sure it's there, they'll leave it, then they'll wait for the signal from the table. So there's a couple of judges, a couple of referees on the table, and they'll review it and have a look. So the win there goes to Annette Meszaros from Hungary. That was her technique.
Rightly so. You can see she catches the far leg for the ashiwaza, which is
and
unfortunate, but it was a really nice technique.
I think as well, when you look at Tanya Toshi, she was trying it earlier on in her first contest, and it was very wild. She was going in without any action, reaction, or when her opponent comes in and when they're on the way out, that's a really good time to attack with Tanya Toshi. But she got it that time, and we'll see Jemima Yates Brown, quarter-final loss. You move through into a repechage contest, and then you'll go through to fight for a bronze medal. So I'm sure we'll see Katie Jemima Yates Brown later on. Here we are with Shelley Ludford, and she's facing Lara Talan from Spain. So it's Ludford in the white judogi and Talan in blue. Well, Ludford here looking for an opening in Nuaza. She's in a good position here. She's now on, maybe looking for the shimmy waza. You can see she's trying to use the legs as well. Referee has a good view from where he is. He's happy to leave it there to see if anything does come from this. You can see she's locking the legs up. Sangaku legs there. And now she's going to look for the rotation. So she'll be putting some pressure there onto the head. So you can get a submission from this, or she'll be looking for the rotation. And the referee will keep a real close eye on that. Well, she didn't get the submission, but it was a strong attack. You can see she's just shaking the legs off there. Well, for me, Ludford here just looking more dominant than her opponent. Both of them are cancelling each other out with that sleeve grip. And if Ludford could be quick onto that sleeve grip and use it to get some momentum for her second hand on. She's a strong right-handed player, so she likes to take that right hand right up onto the high collar grip. And you can see her Spanish opponent there is trying to hold on to her sleeve so it avoids that contact. Oh, strong attack there from Ludford. Now she's on for the shimmy waza. Now has she got this one? It looks to be good for me. She just needs to keep that pressure onto her opponent's back. Keep moving through, and she gets the submission and the Ippon win. Well deserved there for Shelley Ludford. Haven't seen her that sharp in a long time. Fast transition from her there. When Talan there, well, she should have felt that one. She gave the submission, so she was okay. She's not in any danger, but she's just taking her time. She'll be a bit disappointed with that, but she will have an opportunity to fight again for a medal place. Here we can see a replay of that. So as soon as her opponent lost her posture, she was straight in onto the collar for the shimmy waza, Koshi Jimmy, and yeah, nice win for Shelley Ludford. She'll be fighting in the semi-final contest. I'm going to move through now and watch the quarter-final in the under 90 kilogram category, and that's between Maxim Aminot from France, and he's facing Lorenzo Periconi from Italy. Periconi from France. Aminot is in the white judogi and Periconi is in the blue. Periconi there just picked up his first penalty very quickly, and won't make much difference, but we were talking earlier on, not really avoid taking any penalties in that first minute. It puts you under a lot of pressure really, and it can change the whole dynamics of a contest. Well, I'm just going to be joined by Nekoda again. She just took a little break there because she was following her partner had another contest on another mat. And how did he get on there?
He did really well. He scored 2 Azaris and won his match against the Austrian in the 3rd round. So now he'll be in the quarterfinal, which I like. Quarterfinal feels like the safe zone.
Yes,
You can guarantee that you're going to have 2 more fights. So
yes,
it's always good.
Yeah, I like that, the safe zone. Who will he have in the? Will he have the winner of the next contest?
I would imagine so. Just depends. I'm not sure where he is in the draw. Okay.
Well, it's interesting to see two Frenchmen here battling out in this quarter-final contest, and it's very close. And sometimes you wonder if they train together, if they could be on the national team together, or a regional team, or even the same club. Because for these competitions, there's a massive French entry, but they've come from different regions and different clubs as well. Well, really struggling, I think, to make a mark in the first 2 minutes of this contest. And not there reaching for that strong right-handed grip, pulling his opponent's head in. Just loses the control. Yeah, he's just popping his head underneath that arm. Again, they're breaking the grip off this time, and just getting himself out of some danger there. And I think Keith Merrick wasn't happy about that that move. It's a difficult one, isn't it? He had control of the head. He looked to try and dip it underneath, but he broke the grip off with it as well. So it was quite a close.
I think if he had broke it first and then took it across, but I think he ducked it and then broke it off.
Well, he's just losing his posture there. You can see the control with that elbow in front. It's a real typical French grip. And there you go, he's dropped the head underneath again and manages the attack immediately afterwards. Keith Merrick there, the referee in charge, doesn't miss a trick. He's a good referee.
Yeah, I do like Keith.
It's a funny thing, I think, when referees, I only can remember a couple of referees when I used to compete myself on the international circuit. I know them quite well. They work obviously on commissions now. But I always used to not purposely look at who I had in referee. I would, because I think I was so focused in my competition. But there was a few contests I can remember noticing who I had, and when I noticed them, I always thought, oh, I'm really pleased I have that referee. I had a lot of confidence in them. But I'll never forget one of my club mates. She was a double world champion and had a lot of experience on the world circuit at the time as well, and very good Nuaza, very good Ashiwaza as well. And she was very tactical. She had a really good fight management plan. Taught me a lot. I never forget being just at a British Open or something like that. We were warming up, and she was ready to go on the mat. And she saw the referee who she had, and she was so angry. She had this British referee. She said, "Oh, you do everything he can to make me lose." And I can remember thinking, "Wow, you're like 5 times world champion, 2 times European champion." And she still had this bogey referee from when she was a kid.
It's so interesting. I think you do have your favourite referees, though. I think I do know a lot of the referees as well, and and if I know I'm going to be on a mat with a certain referee, I'm like, oh I like that referee. But I think getting to know the referees can also play in your advantage as well, because if you know that, I know if I go on with a certain referee, especially if your attack rate's not high, they're going to be looking to penalise you. It's important going out there to know that, so that you can, stay
You're
one
aware.
step ahead.
It's about being match aware. It's something that I can remember going out to international competitions and watching how the referees were refereeing in the first days. And thinking, oh, they're very quick on the edge, or people are getting away with this. So it's part and parcel of those small advantages, isn't it? As a for competitors because it's those small advantages that you can get you the wins. Well, we're in. The win goes to Aminot from France. He was the one in white, and he took the win in the golden score period. So he'll go through into the semi-final, and Peric, well, he'll have an opportunity to fight on for a medal. You can see there he gets the submission from the Koshi Jimmy. Really popular strangle. So there we go. There's the win and the semi-final fight. And I think we're going to move mats. But before we do that, I'm going to say a real thank you to Nekoda Davis for coming and joining us this morning.
Very welcome.
I'd like to wish you all the best and good luck to your next tournaments coming through.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, you're welcome. See you later.
Right.
Okay, our next contest here, we're going to be seeing Dario Yates Garcia from Germany, and he's facing Bas van Emblem from the Netherlands. Yates in white and Van Emblem in blue. Right, Yates here looking for an opportunity to hold his opponent down, but his leg looks fixed between his opponents and doesn't manage to get that leg out, so there'll be no hold down called from the referee. And a minute now in, Yates is leading by the Wazari score, and well, Van Emblem there picking up his first penalty, and that's for pulling his judogi out of the belt. And the referee there uses the opportunity to get him to tie it up. Obviously it's a disadvantage to your opponent if you have a really loose jacket. And you see the Wazari there scored. He landed just on the lower part of his back, but he also used his both hands to avoid the full back hitting. So just the Wazari score. Good start though for the German. We're just coming through now to the halfway mark. Yates from Germany, he's leading this quarter-final contest here at the Glasgow European Open for Judo. Uchimata attempt by Van Empelen. There was a quick finish there on that top mat in the under 70 kilogram semi-final contest. 8-second win for Pinois from France in the semi-final. Books a place in the final. And well, there's another attempt there for Van Empelen. He's not managing to get this score back, and well, he moves back to middle of the mat just to compose himself. He'll be getting some advice from his coach there, Dutch coach there. And, well, just under a minute and a half to go in this quarter-final contest. Place for grabs in the semi-final. You can see we've got right versus left here. Well, Kerbievit with that strong, high, right-handed grip, just managing to avoid the score there from the Dutch player. Dutch player now coming on really strong. He knows what he has to do here. Score on the board will even it. A Nippon win will finish it off as well. Just under a minute now. Well, second penalty to Kerbievit from Germany. He picks that up for being passive. The referee recognises he's not doing enough work, can be defensive, and well, it's dangerous for him. If he picks up another penalty in this last 30 seconds, the win will go to Van Empelen. Van Empelen will understand that, so tactics are going to come in to place now. What Van Empelen needs to do is really put some pressure on and don't give the German a chance to attack. Oh, and well, that's how to do it. Just looks around, was it a Nippon? Well, that certainly was a Nippon, flat on his back. And we'll get a replay of that. We'll take you through how that one came about. Here we go. Well, really took Vet just cold. He was not really gripped up. Just passive again, and well, the win and the semi-final place goes to Bas Van Empelen from the Netherlands. Here we go. Big Kosoto Gake just reverses his opponent back, and well, he'll be pleased about that. We'll be able to get some recovery before he comes back on for the semi-final contest. Well, we're moving through these very quickly now. Our next quarter-final in the under 90 kilograms is between Jamal Petgrave from Great Britain, and he's facing Benoit Collin from France. So it's Petgrave in white and Collin in blue. Matter attempt there from Collin, manages to take Petgrave down onto his side, and he picks up that first Wazari score, takes the lead with still 3 minutes to go. Well, Benoit Collin, 26 years old, the French athlete here, is already a European Open medalist. Has a few European Cup championships as well. He's got a lot of experience as a senior. We know Petgrave is still a junior athlete, and well, picked up a European bronze medal just last year as well. So real talent coming through. About Jamal Petgrave as well. Trains out of the Centre of Excellence, which is the High Performance Centre in British Judo, and he's based in Walsall, and he's got some real skills. He can really throw, and well, he's in good condition here, and it still has just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Well, Matijass there, and well, takes the win and place in the semi-final for Benoit Collin. We'll get a look at that. You could see that. I'm not sure why they waved that one off, but we'll be able to have a look. You see the skip, and he was looking for the counter initially, and that's why it was waved off. Both players there were out of the mat area when that throw was initiated. So they've taken that Wazari score, or the Ippon score they gave it initially, and we're going to stay underway. So yeah, that was still a chance for Petgrave of Great Britain. He's searching now for an opportunity to attack. We do know Benoit has very good what we call sacrifice techniques, Tomonagi, Sumigeshi, which is when he puts himself underneath his opponent and uses his feet there to drive his opponent over the top of his head. Petgrave pushing forward, looking to try and get inside his opponent's grip. You can see he's using both lapel grips here just to hold out. Petgrave too far away to make any connection there to get the score. Now Benoit looking to finish off in Nuasa. Just a glance up at the clock as the referee calls Mate. And, just resetting what he needs to do. Petgrave pushing forward now. He knows he has to get a score. And well, Collin there just beating him in to the post. And well, Petgrave, he doesn't want to stay there too long. It's not a great defence for the Brit. He's just allowing his opponent to tie off his shoulder. And well, he's just manoeuvring his body around. Now you can see Benoit tightening up on the legs. Well, the referee didn't give much of an opportunity for him there as he rolled, but it's a better position for the British player to be back onto his feet with a chance to sneak this one. Now, can he get this score back? Benoit, well, I wouldn't say that was a strong attack there from the French player, and he picks up his first penalty for that drops attack. Now Petgrave has his opponent's sleeve again, goes in for another low Yoko attack. Yoko meaning side, and Matijass is this sacrifice technique as well. As he skips, it would be nice to see Petgrave maybe use his Ashiwaza as well. And his opponent, sometimes you can catch your opponent off guard using Ashiwaza, which is feet techniques, techniques that you can sweep your opponent's legs away with. Well, just 20 seconds to go, and well, time is really running out here for Petgrave. And again, well, false attack again from the French player. But, you know, he's using the clock to his advantage. He knows he can pick up 2 penalties and it won't make a difference to the overall score. Well, for me, there was no difference to that attack than there was to the other 2 attacks where he picked up a penalty. So surely, if we were following the rules, that is another Judo to the Frenchman. It's a bit of a get out clause and there was no need to do it. There's the win, there's the scoring technique. Well, the win there goes to Benoit Collin of France. He takes the semi-final position, and we'll see him later on, see if he can get through into the medal match. For Petgrave, well, he will have an opportunity to fight again. He will fight in a repechage contest, and we'll see him really soon. They really come on really quickly, the repechage contests, when we're coming into the latter stages here. Well, we're in Glasgow in the Emirates Arena, and we're following the European Judo Open. And we're moving now into Nekoda Smith-Davis was a safe zone, where she said you had a couple of matches for a medal. So quarter-final, place in the semi-final up for grabs. We have Abraham Petr from France, and he's facing Julien Roux from France as well. Petr in the white judogi and Roux in the blue. Well, we're a minute and a half into this contest. Only a Shido between them, so the advantage to Petr. Now moving through, looking for a rotation. Loan for the Makakomi there. Uses the arm to rotate. Well, the initial throw was there. His opponent was on his feet, and well, the referee didn't give a score for that. It might be nice to see a replay and try and understand why there was no score. Well, I think that we're having a pause in the action here because the care system is looked over by two referees off the mat. They have some cameras from different angles, and what they've done is they'll had a look over that last throw, and they've decided to give that a score. Well, it's fair for the athletes. It means that they get a real advantage of being able to overlook things that, you know, can happen very quickly, and the referee in the middle sometimes can be a bit hesitant because of the care system. They sometimes wait for a signal from the referees instead of putting a score on and then having to take it off if it is a mistake. Well, Petr here, he's leading by a Rosari, and we're just going to be hitting a minute and a half left in this quarter-final contest. Ryu is just struggling to get very close to his opponent. His opponent has very strong movements, and well, he takes first penalty there for a gripping infringement, and what we would call a pistol grip. So he's using his grip around his opponent and wrapping the lower part of the sleeve and holding it down. So it looks to be very negative. Now we can see here a good strong attack, nearly countered by Ryu. So just struggling now. You can see he's getting very tired with over a minute left now. Can Petr hold on to this lead? And Leo drawing him on there. You can see him just initiating the first movement. Keita switching direction, and again with the lovely Soto Makakomi. He did so well earlier on. He finishes his opponent off and takes the win and the semi-final place. Well, our next contest we see Sama Hawa Camara from France, and she's facing Emma Reid of Great Britain. Camara in white and Reid in blue. Well, this is the first repechage contest here in the under 78 kilogram category. Both of these athletes just lost out there in their quarter final contest, and well, this contest will give them an opportunity to fight for a bronze medal. Well, Soto attempt by Camara. Now she's straight onto the Juji Gatami. Now she has to straighten out that arm to get the submission, and you can see there Reid looking to try and escape this one. Well, it's going to be difficult for her, but Camara really struggling to take that lock on, and well, good escape there for Reid. Just gives her opportunity now to get into this repechage contest, and if she gets through this repechage contest, well, she'll have a place in the bronze medal final. Well, I think for me, Emma Reid here is just getting stronger and stronger. She's pushed there for a penalty towards her opponent, so she takes the advantage, and well, some Ashiwaza attempt there from the French woman, looking for the Osoto, strong on the head there. Emma Reid just switching left, and just manages to escape that attack as well from Camara. Now looking for an opening in Nuaza, but both athletes are out of the mat area, and the referee wants them back in the middle to start them off again. Mate just means break, but when we call a mate in judo, it just means that it's a time where they have to come back to their start position, and they'll either be asked to tidy up the judogi, and or just restart if there's been some inaction, or the referee doesn't deem there to be any progression in Nuaza. Some good Ashiwaza there again from Reid. Now she's looking for the Sangaku Jimmy here. Now Sangaku Jimmy is a lock with the legs. She likes to go from the back, and you can see now she's in a position herself to do the Juji Gatami, but just misses the connection there with the second leg over the top. Dennis Stewart, national coach there, looking after Emma Reid here today. He's himself former Olympic bronze medalist, and well, he's been a national coach now for some time. Has quite a bit of success here, and well, Emma Reid, just talking to Nekoda Davis, who Dennis works with as well at the Centre of Excellence in Warsaw, high performance hub for Great British athletes. We know that Emma Reid there has just started to train there full time, so she's going to definitely make some real progression. But she's doing okay here. She's doing well. She's looking at Dennis there. He's giving us some advice, really maybe to stay focused, stay on the plan they have. Well, Reed there picking up her first penalty, and that was for holding out on that sleeve grip. Reed there just getting the head caught, and well, the head caught and the sleeve was pulled in, and the Osoto attempt was just done at the right time. A beautiful finish there for Sama Hawa Camara, and well, she'll go through to fight on for a bronze medal. Emma Reed had a good attempt there, 3 minutes in, and well, she got caught. She can be happy. She had some good contests today, and it'll be interesting to watch her progression as she trains full time. Well, our next contest here is going to be between Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain, and she's going to be facing Leah Talan from Spain. So it's Yates-Brown in white and Talan in blue.
Representing Spain, Leah Talan. In the white jersey, representing Great Britain, Katie Jemima Yates-Brown.
Well, Katie Jemima Yates-Brown here, she just lost out in her quarter-final contest, picks up a very quick score there with that change of direction, and just has a leg a bit too far stuck. Well, the Spanish coach there is out of his chair. He must have had a plan coming in, and it obviously didn't work in them opening seconds. Now the Spaniard looking to take that strong high grip. Well, Yates-Brown, she's certainly an exciting prospect here. She's moved up from the under 70 kilogram category up into the 78. You can see she's a lot smaller and probably a lot lighter as well, but she can move fast, and she needs to use that to her ability. Here she is looking for the rotation down in Nuasa. Now, a leg is stuck fast, but she knows what to do. She has a plan of action. She's going to try and tie up the head and the shoulder, and she's going to use that force of with her foot. I really don't know why that was stopped. Well, it could be stopped because I thought the referees saw something else, but for me, she was in such a strong position there to get her leg out. I think as an athlete, if I'd have been in that position, I would have been so upset that I'd been done all that work, and then I was stood up and I was just about to get my toes released. Talan here looking to counter her opponent. Now she is looking for the rotation and a finish on the arm, but she's going to struggle there. Good positioning from Yates-Brown, and now looking for her own attack in Nuasa, tying up on the head and the shoulders, and she's going to rotate her opponent over. She rotates her out of the mat area that doesn't sit well with the referee. She starts them up again. I think just being a bit aware of where she is in the mat, she could have maybe had a rotation and rolled her opponent into the mat. She would have had a bit more time to release the leg. Now Yates-Brown trying to finish off with the Sangaku. She's trying to lock up those legs, and whether she has enough control of her opponent's head. Well, she has a leg wrapped round the shoulder and the arm. She's in a great position here to finish with the Osaikomi. She's just going to try and maneuver her opponent onto her back. She does that well with the control of the legs. And now she's happier on that side and so is the referee. The referee calls Osei Komi, and sometimes this Osei Komi, it'll just be for 10 seconds. She already has a Wazari score. So there we go, Wazari Wesete Ipon, and the win goes to Yates Brown of Great Britain. Well, we'll see her, she'll fight on for a bronze medal later on.
On mat 2, the winner, moving forward to fight for bronze, Yates Brown. Coming on to mat 2 now, the repechage of the men's under 19 years. In the blue judo gi, representing Germany, Lovell-Hewitt Garcia. In the white judo gi, representing France, Peric.
Where's Cody gone?
Well, 30 seconds here into this repechage contest. Lorenzo Pericone from France. He's facing Kellij from Garcia from Germany. Well, we have right versus left. Kellij was very strong in the opening minute of his quarterfinal contest, but well, really got caught from his Dutch player in the last dying seconds for a place in the semi. Well, a win here will put the player through to fight for a bronze medal. And well, a little bit, I'd say, cagey. They're just taking their time here, not wanting to put themselves under any danger. Well, we're just really coming to the 2-minute mark here, and well, Pericone, he picked up that penalty, and well, won't make too much of a difference now, but we still have 2 minutes to go, and if he picks up another penalty, he will change the dynamics of the fight, and he'll have to come forward to throw. Well, a bit of a slip up here. Smashiwaza used, and well, putting his opponent onto the edge, and if he pressures his opponent on the edge and he steps out, he would pick up a penalty himself. Well, the advantage definitely is in Kellij's hands here. He's looking after that sleeve grip of his opponent, and now again looking for the attack on the edge, and well, tactics work well there for Pericone and forces the first Shido to Kellij. Well, Sasai Chishiro Komiyashi there really wheeled his opponent over and secured the hold. He's onto the arm, he gets a submission, and well, that's what we wanted to see. It was really slow first few minutes there, they were very cautious of each other. But Lorenzo Periconi from France, he takes the win and a place in the bronze medal final. Here we see, well, we saw the end of that, but what was really interesting was the control on the arm and the fast transition down. There was an opportunity to hold and an opportunity to finish on the arm, and well, he took it, and it was nice to see. Okay, our next contest here on mat 2, we're going to be seeing our home favourite Jamal Petgrave from Great Britain, and he's facing Julien Riou from France. It'll be Petgrave in the white judogi and Riou in the blue. Well, just into the first minute here, and the first penalty goes to Riou, and that was for that false attack. Well, Riou was very good at initiating his attack by drawing his opponent on. A nice attack there from Petgrave, looking for the Sutemiwaza. And just well anticipated from the French athlete.
On mat 1, the winner moving forward to fight for bronze, Kellij from Germany.
Petgrave looking for the counter and takes the first score. Well, we saw him do that earlier on. He's Uchimata Sugeshi counter, but he just uses that shoulder rotation and the drive to get his opponents pinned down onto that mat. Well, advantage here for Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain. Looking very strong and controlled out there. His opponent is down 2 shidos, and Petgrave finishes with the Uchimata for Ippon. Wow, what a finish. Well, that would be nice. We'll be able to see Jamal Petgrave fight for a bronze medal. Here it is, Uchimata, lovely control, flat on his back. Yeah, there's a rotation, but the score and the first hit was for Jamal Petgrave. Well, moving through these really quickly now, and we're going to be seeing Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands. She's going to be facing Georgia Stangherlin from Italy, and this is going to be the first semi-final in the under 78 kilogram category. Lucassen in the white judogi and Stangherlin in the blue. Well, both left-handed here, and searching for each other's sleeve, both on the sleeve. Just really means that with only one hand really in control, it's very difficult to control your opponent. Well, an attack there from Lucassen, and Stangherlin, just well anticipated, takes her down to the floor, but she's landing on her front, so there'll be no score there. She attempt there from the Italian. Well, counter-attack there from Lucassen, but for me, Stangherlin managed to control her down, and I think that was worth a score. Well, Lucassen worked really hard there to get out of that situation. Well, this is just a situation we're seeing quite often here, where the referees are just not seeing the score, or they see the score and they haven't got the confidence, or they don't want to put a score on the board if they're unsure. What you can see here was really well anticipated. There was the first attack from Stangherlin, and then it was looked to be countered, and then drove her opponent straight back down. Very strong. See if we can get another, see if we can get one more look at that. Here we go. Yeah. Well, the control was there, especially on the shoulders. For me as well, I thought it could have been even a bigger score. She was flat on her back. Well, they've decided to take that off. They'll have had another look at it at a different angle, and if there wasn't the control on the upper half of the body, it wasn't warrant for a score. Here we go. Busy here in this semi-final contest. You can see both of these young women want that final place. And I think there's going to be a score here, and I think it'll be from a counter. I could see there's a lot of energy here, and desperate attempt there. Well, that was a good attack there from the Italian. I do see a score coming from this contest, just at the halfway mark. And well, a mate called there. Just a glance up from the Dutch player, looking at the clock there. She sees the 2-minute mark, and there's no penalty and no score. And now Stangherlin searching for the Kovacic, and well, Lucassen just collapsing to her feet there to avoid the throw. Again, Matijass, well, doesn't get the setup for that technique either. Soto Makakomi, Ashiwaza attempt, and again looking for that Soto Makakomi on the left side. Oh, Shimiwaza was there. Oh, very close for Lucassen. Just missed her angle, so she did very well to catch that, but she was unlucky with the angle that she was at. You can see there she's got control on the collar and the sleeve. Both these athletes looking for the same technique. A nice switch there of direction now. No energy left for Stangherlin there to continue in Nuasa. Well, first score there, super score for Ilona Lucassen, and again, what a timing to do it. Just over 30 seconds left. Coach there giving her some direction. So to be aggressive, wants to keep that sleeve down. She's done well. No penalties for either of these players. They've worked extremely hard in this semi-final. And well, for Stangherlin here, she's just losing control. I think getting a bit desperate. And I think, well, that's really unfortunate for the Dutch coach there. She's obviously coached through the mate, so when the action's on, and after one warning, the coach is just asked to leave the chair. I'm sure she has enough experience here to be able to control this last attempt back onto the arm, and she's going to just try and probably work out for the last few seconds here. She'll have a glance up at the clock, second to go, and well, that was a good win for Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands, and a really hard fought contest as well for Georgia Stangherlin from Italy. Well, Lucassen, she'll go through now and have a chance for the gold medal in the final, and well, Stangherlin, she will move through and fight for the bronze medal.
On mat 2, the winner moving forward to fight for gold, Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands. Coming on to mat 2 now, the second semi-final in the women's.
Well, our next semi-final in the under 78 kilogram category is between Annette Meszaros from Hungary, and she's facing Shelley Ludford from Great Britain. Meszaros in white and Ludford in blue. Well, Meszaros had a strong quarter-final contest between Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain, and it was really interesting looking at Meszaros. She's had some real time out from judo, and I mean, she's had maybe about 4 or 5 years out of judo. She's a former world and European medalist. Used to fight at the 70 kilogram category, but I tell you what, Ludford here on the shimiwaza, and it's definitely on, and all she has to do here is sit through and control. She's going again now. I really like that from Ludford. That was really, really good work. We saw it in a quarter final. She thought she'd escaped that one, but Ludford carried on, was continuous, and just showed real maturity there. What a fantastic win for Shelley Ludford of Great Britain. She'll go through and fight for gold in the final. She's pleased with that.
On mat 2, the winner moving forward to fight for gold, Shelley Ludford from Great Britain.
Our next semi-final here is the under 90 kilogram category, and it's Maxime Aminot from France, and he's facing Bas van Empelen from the Netherlands. So it'll be Aminot in white and Van Empelen in blue.
And in the white jersey, fighting for France, Aminot. Fighting for a place in the final, ladies and gentlemen. And on that one now, the semi-final, the semi-final of the men's under 81 kilos. In the blue jersey, representing Spain, Olivares. And in the white jersey, representing Austria, Borchashvili.
First judo there to Aminot of France. Van Empelen taking the advantage here. Matter attempt, well, just wanders out of the mat area there. Strong gripping from Aminot, really putting some pressure on his opponent's head, but not really doing anything with it. And I think for me, Van Empelen is really good at opening his opponent up by using his own movement there. Well, we knew Van Empelen had a really strong finish against his German opponent earlier on. And again, just dragging on to that head now, looking for a belt grip, strong over the top, needs to commit there because we know Van Empelen has some nice counter attacks, and he can attack into that right leg as well. He comes behind there for the Kovacic as well. I'm not there looking for a turn in Nuaza. And well, he's down here. I don't say he's down on a score, but he has a disadvantage having two Shidos against him. He can't afford to make any mistakes. One more Shido will give the win to Van Empelen, and a score will always win out over the penalties as well. Well, just an opportunity for both athletes here just to tie up on their kits. And well, it just gives them an opportunity just to refocus, reset what they want to do, just get some of those energy supplies back, and also take some advice from the coach. Well, we're just really in the dying seconds here. There's no score for either of these athletes, and well, it's just coming into that time where we're going to see a golden score opportunity, and this is when we'll just reset the clock, and it's like a sudden death for judo. It'll be first one who can score will either take the win, or if one of these athletes picks up 3 penalties, they will lose the contest automatically. Well, sometimes, and for whatever reason, this golden score opportunity opens up for competitors, and they certainly really can go for the big techniques. They just get this confidence. Well, there's some reason the referee wants to have a look at replay. He's obviously, they've seen something. Maybe it was a touch of a leg. Oh, let's have a look here. So they're coming off towards the edge of the mat, and well, comes in for I wasn't really too sure. I couldn't really see. Well, I think you could see the coaches in the back was seeing there was a strangle and it was a nip on. So whether there was a submission there that the referee didn't see. Let's have a look. So you can see he's got the collar grip. He comes down. Yeah, comes down underneath. Throws his opponent. Yep, the strangle's there. You can see it's there. And he gets the submission. There you go. Great having this camera playback as well. We call it the care system here. And I think it really does look after the athlete's best interest. They get a fair, it's just fair judging. So you can have an opportunity. You have 2 referees that sit off and look at the fight, the few different camera angles, and well, with a replay you can really see what's really going on. Well, we're going to see the next semi-final contest here, and that's between Benoit Collin of France, and he's facing Ibrahim Kieta, also from France. Collin in the white judogi and Kieta in the blue. A nice touch there of Ashiwaza from Benoit Collin. Well, Benoit Collin for me is looking there for Sangaku attempt, very well received by Kieta. Kieta has had some super throwing skills here in Glasgow at the European Open, and well, also Collin as well. He likes these sacrifice techniques. Uchi attempt, and there we go for the sacrifice attempt. Again, well received by Kieta. Something that Benoit Collin very good at is that managing the contest. He does the attacks when he needs to. He can really force a penalty for passivity towards his opponent, and I think for me that's what Kieta needs to be careful about. I think the experience of Collin here can really force it. There's nothing really happening from Kieta. Now looking for the counter. He's on the shimiwaza, and we know he's on because you can see how desperate Collin is to avoid that one. Now that was a really close call for Collin. Well, that just shows how fast Petr can be. He anticipated that attack really well, and yeah, he's dangerous on that counter attack. Drawing his opponent on. Soto takes the first score. Now that was excellent. You can see the initiation of that movement, that drawing movement, just provided the breaking of balance for that first attack. Well, we're just hitting the minute and a half now to go, and Ibrahim Petr is leading this semi-final contest here. Place up for grabs in the final. And now, can he hold on to this score, or is he going to go for the finish? See, just initiating the movement, just drawing his opponent on again. And like these little touches, they're just little dummy touches, but what they do is they create action, reaction from their opponents. Well, nice. It was really counter-attack from the Ashiwaza that Collin provided. There's the sacrifice technique, well anticipated again. Strong posture and grip from Petr, just controlling his opponent's head, elbows down in front of the shoulder and controlling on the sleeve. Not really doing a lot, doesn't have to at the moment. Sutemiwaza attempt, and just enough. Now he's onto the arm, now he's looking for a rotation or a finish in Nuwaza, and he's just going to try and push through those legs. I would have expected maybe to waste some more time down there. Have a glance at the clock, 14 seconds to go. And well, it's a big ask now for Collin to come back into this contest. He's going to push forward, but I don't think he's going to get through this defence from Petr anytime soon. Sutemiwaza, well, I spoke too soon. That was amazing, amazing. And well, Keith Merrick there in the middle of the match, just managing the contest, and well, he has one elated athlete and one devastated athlete. We're going to have a look at this. Well, did he just switch off, Petr? Uchimata attempt, beautiful entry for the Sutemiwaza, and well, flat on his back. Keith Merrick had a fantastic view there, and the win and the place in the final goes to Benoit Collin of France. Well, that just proves it's just not over till it's over. He threw, let's look at the clock here. Well, he initiated this attack on 3 seconds and threw with just 1 second to go. Amazing. Okay, that's great. First preliminaries, we're going to be following the action at 3 o'clock here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. Hope you can join us for the medal matches, and we'll be following this up really shortly. So it's a goodbye for now, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock.
So have a nice break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock for the rest of the action for the day. Here.
Lukas Krpalek, and I will fight in Ippon gear.
Judo is an Olympic martial art where competitors known as judokas face opponents in single combat in a tournament of elimination. The founder of modern judo, Jigoro Kano, had a philosophy of maximum efficiency, minimum effort. This is key to the sport of judo. Judokas must wear a special jacket, trouser and belt, the judogi. In competition, players wear white or blue. The judogi is essential to the strategies and tactics of the sport. Gripping up is critical. The person who dominates the gripping of the jacket will normally be in the best position to dominate the fight. Many variations of grips are allowed as long as they're deemed positive with the intention to throw. Negative gripping is the intention to block without the intention to throw. So how do you play and how do you win? Each fight is up to 4 minutes long. Opponents begin the fight with a bow. This is fundamental to the principles of judo. The referee then signals the start of play and the contest begins. The highest score is an ippon. This is the ultimate score because it wins the contest outright and it finishes the fight. There are 4 ways to score ippon. The first one is to throw your opponent on their back with force. And this can be done using a variety of throws from many different directions. Sometimes as a direct attack and sometimes countering an opponent's attack. Ippon can also be awarded during groundwork if you hold your opponent on their back for 20 seconds by controlling the upper part of their body, then ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. 2 other ways to win by ippon are to gain a submission, either by arm locking or strangling your opponent. If your opponent taps out, ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. Wazari is the next highest score. If 2 wazaris are scored, then ippon is awarded. Wazari is scored for a throw that is not quite the force that warrants an ippon, so a throw that lands the opponent onto their side, shoulders, or rolls them onto their back. You can also score a wazari for a 10 to 19 second hold down. If all is equal at the end of the contest, a period of golden score will begin. In golden score, play continues until a wazari or ippon is scored. There is also a penalty system. Disqualification or honsakamaki can be given for major breaches of the rules. Any behaviour not deemed to be in the spirit of the sport. Penalties for smaller infringements of the rules are shidos. A shido might be given for stepping out of the allotted mat area, pushing your opponent purposely outside of the mat area, any touch of the opponent's legs whilst throwing or in defence, not attacking your opponent quickly enough or purposely using negative gripping tactics against your opponent without attacking yourself. Judo has a moral code that operates on the principles of politeness, courage, sincerity, honour, modesty, respect, self-control and friendship. Enjoy the judo.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Emirates Arena. We're here for the final day and the medals at the Glasgow European Open, and I'm happy to be joined here with Gary Edwards, Gary Edwards is a former world sorry, just sorting my microphone out there, former world international competitor from Great Britain and now a national coach for Scotland. And well, we're here in Scotland and we're going to follow the medal matches. Our first contest is in the under 81 kilograms, and that's between Krizan Jabox from Hungary, and he's facing Javier Gallego Perez Olivares from Spain. So it's Krizan in white, and well, unfortunately, we're on the wrong mat here. Just wait till they move on. But the Spanish Gallego, he's in blue. He's going to have to switch mats here. There we go. We're on the correct mat now. Well, just seconds in, and yeah, I'm really happy to be joined by Gary Edwards, national coach here in Scotland. And well, this is fantastic, isn't it, for the Scottish athletes to have a European Open on home soil in Glasgow?
Oh, it's been brilliant for the Scottish athletes. Especially yesterday, you saw with the, oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was really nice.
Yeah, Krizan just putting in fantastic Ippon score, and when we were looking at what it takes to win in judo, the Ippon is the final, and what everybody's looking for and anticipating is that real finish, and here we see it perfectly well. Drives his opponent right onto his back with force and control.
He pinned both sleeves beautifully. That's how that technique come around. He pinned the sleeves, stepped through. There was no way the Spanish boy could have asked that.
So yeah, you were saying yesterday, I know that Great Britain was really successful in a couple of the finals, but what was amazing about it was there were junior athletes and both Scottish athletes.
That was it. For Scotland yesterday, obviously we took 2 gold medals. It was a Great Britain result, but it's 2 home-based players who performed out of their skin, who at the beginning of the day we would never have put them down as gold medalists. We were looking possibly for a placing, but never looking at a gold medal.
Yeah, and I think now we're just watching the finalists come on in the under 81 kilograms, and one of those athletes who's come through that system is Stuart McWatt.
Yeah, Stuart joined our talent development squad at the age of 11 or 12, and for me, he's probably one of the most professional players I've ever worked with. He's actually a dream to coach. He knows exactly how to fight a match. He's always in control of everything.
Well, here they come onto the tatami. We have Shami Borchashvili from Austria, and he's facing Stuart McWatt. Borchashvili in the white judogi and McWatt in blue.
What I like about Stuart is it's not a traditional grip of sleeve lapel. He can actually fight off 2 sleeves or one hand round the back. As you can see, he's trapping the arm. He doesn't really mind what grip he takes. He'll find a solution and find a technique to come from that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah, you could see sometimes his opponents just look comfortable because they look to be in control of the gripping situation. But yeah, like you said, we can have a replay of that. So it really starts off there with the movement towards the lower part of the leg. He wraps around and then just drives through using both sleeves.
As you can see with Stuart, he's so powerful. He's not frightened to attack from any direction, which is very unusual for judo. Normally, most players have a structure where they're comfortable and where they're looking to attack from. Stuart will just actually generate so much power from any direction. That's what makes him so good to watch.
Yeah, I was talking with his partner Nekoda Davis, who was up here just coming out of the World Championships with a silver medal, and we were just discussing, and she said what really impresses her about him is just the fact that he is so professional in his rehab. We know he had some injuries, and in his rehab he never missed a session, and he's just very focused. And what he wants to do in judo. Well, he's taking a comfortable lead here. And was the score taken off?
The score was taken off, yes. I don't think enough of the back had touched. As you can see now, Stuart's looking.
Yeah, he's for me as well. We were discussing as well earlier on in the day about what it takes to win in judo, and I think more so than ever, it's ippon judo, the real will to win by throw, and with Stuart, that's his ultimate goal, isn't it?
Well, obviously working with Stuart for 6 or 7 years now, looking through his career, I can't actually remember ever seeing him win a fight by penalties. It's always a score, always a score. He's one of them fighters, he's either going to throw ippon or he's going to get thrown ippon. There's no in between with this boy. It's all or nothing.
Well, Borchashvili here looking to control Stuart's head, and again he goes in for that low hooking technique into the quarter, and well, Borchashvili, he looks susceptible to go in that direction, but at the same time he's aware, and he could put his elbow out there and avoid the score, but what it does do, it forces a penalty, and well, no score on the board yet, but McWatt managing to just steer clear and ahead. She has a touch there.
At the moment, Stuart's completely dominating every exchange. He's what I like about him, even when he's being out-gripped, he's still looking for a way to throw his opponent. So it's really unusual to be. Oh, there's a reverse choke. It's really unusual to find a player who is not trying to attack from any position. Do you know, he doesn't bail out. Oh, here's a strike. Oh.
Yeah, but maybe just across the jaw, and the referee was in a good position there just to see that one. But as well, his condition is very high. He looks very fit here, still moving forward, but all the time he looks very relaxed.
As Nekoda said, he really is one of the most professional players you'll ever meet. Whatever he does, he gives it 100%. He's just a fantastic player to work with.
Well, we're here now in the end of the last minute in this contest. Just one Shido, so the advantage to Stuart McWatt at the moment. Still no score. Yes. It was a dangerous situation there for Borchashvili. You could see that low Katakaruma entry from McWatt, but what was nice about it, he went again for it, and he surprised the Austrian.
I think that's something that the British fighters are learning now, is that double movement. Over the years, the British fighters, we've put the big attack in, and when we hit resistance, we come out. Where what we found with the Russians and people like that, they go again, and we find we're putting a lot more of that into our judo now, and Stuart's a classic example of that. When it's resistance, you see him, he'll go 2, 3, 4 times, and he'll keep driving, and 9 times out of 10, that's what gives him his score.
Well, we're going now into the golden score period here, and well, this is like a sudden death in judo. Anybody here can win, and it's the first one to score.
This is actually a really difficult situation for me, because normally I'm on the other side screaming and shouting, and I have to keep quiet while I've got this headset on, but I will try my best.
Yeah, what does he have to really do here to well, he picks up a penalty there for passivity, and well, 30 seconds just into this golden score.
It's been taken off.
Yeah.
The only thing about Stewart, he doesn't mind. He doesn't get stressed over penalties. He has a game plan and he'll stick to it. It's what I like about Stewart is a lot of the time, I always think a good champion is somebody who wins fights that they have no right to win. Sometimes he's been outgunned, he's been battered, but yet he'll sneak a score.
Yeah.
Now that to me is what makes a champion. It's like Josie Steel yesterday.
Yes.
For most of the fight against Pavia, she was getting outgunned. Oh, but then again, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
But as I say, these people, a champion, they always find a way to win. And that, for me, is fine. 9 times out of 10, that would have been Stewart.
Yeah. We can see how this happens. So, stretched right underneath there. And these techniques are a real combination of a few techniques together. So it was like a low kata driving off of those feet. And, well, for me, it was really one of the main points in that contest where we saw Borchashvili with a chance to throw.
Well, actually, that was sort of a reversal of how Stewart normally does it, where he gets out. He normally gets out gripped and picks a score up. Where I felt Stewart was actually in control of this fight, and the boys picked him off in goal scored. Saying that it was a beautiful technique. As disappointed I am for Stewart when you see judo like that. You know, I'm also a judo fan, and you've got I like that.
Yeah. Right, we're going to move through now into the bronze medal contests in the female under 70 kilograms. And our first contest is between Clemence Aimé from France, and she'll be facing Miriam Berger from Germany. Aimé will be in white and Berger in blue. Well, for the female athletes here, they're going to be making their way on nervous times, a chance for a bronze medal at a European Open. And there's been some very strong athletes throughout this tournament, but very much so in this weight category. We have Olympic bronze medalist and world medalist, and she's in the final. But this weight category is just, for me, it's power, it's technique. These female athletes are so super fit, but very, very strong as well. Here they are making their way through and onto the mat. Well, Berger found herself here after a loss in the semi-final. She was out in 8 seconds to a French opponent. Well, Berger there, a little bit taller. She has maybe a reach advantage. I'd never like to say a height advantage in judo. I don't always think being tall is an advantage in judo, but she has that long reach. And well, what we would say is a typical German style. What I would say, especially the female athletes, they like that high grip, the control on the sleeve, and then she'll really force her opponent backwards, maybe with a ouchi, like she did there, and then she'll switch it forward for the uchimata. Well, that was a nice attempt there.
That was a nice attack. I think you're looking at a clash of style. The Germans looking to clamp down and stop the French girl moving so much, where the French girl obviously is trying to move her opponent round. There you go. You can see that it's going to be very difficult for the French girl to actually lead the German onto her techniques. But
she is breaking it up, isn't she? Every time she can break it up, but whether she gets enough reaction so she can absolutely get that score, we'll have to see. Well, Aimé there, she's just going off to get some medical attention. And maybe she's got maybe a cut to her lip or something like that, so she'll get that cleaned up. And in the meantime, Berger will have to just compose herself and keep focused out there in the middle of the mat.
I used to hate these stops as a player, especially if I was fighting a German, because they're so physically strong. The German just, I don't know what it is about them, but when they grip you, you feel it. And I used to, after 2 or 3 minutes, you always felt them weakening a little bit.
Yes.
If you could hang in the fight that long. But if you've just give them 30 seconds break, you know they're coming back as strong at you again.
Yeah, you can sometimes see that towards the end of a contest, and someone goes off for some medical treatment and they come on and they've just got a new lease of life. Yeah, you can see there, Emma, she's just really finding it difficult to get the reaction and the alignment she needs. And when you talk about a clash of styles, this is a massive clash of styles.
I think they're both killing each other's sleeves at the moment, and that's is what's stopping their techniques going through fully at the moment.
Well, that was a nice move there to Nuaza, but she needs to stay in control to pin her opponent here. Now you can see that the leg's trapped, but there's no point in her trying to get that leg trapped unless she can secure the head and the shoulder. Well, the referee there in charge is just keeping an eye on that. He'll let that progress if he feels there's a progression there to score.
The French girl done well to make sure her head wasn't tied up, and that was really good. As you can see, the battle for the grips, it's the most important thing.
That was a nice flurry of attacks, but we'll see our first penalty given here, and that's to MA, and that was for holding out on the sleeve. Well, Berger, for me, she's just been relentless with that high hand. Lost her grip in there, but that was a good attack, and that's where she's going to be dangerous.
You can see at the moment the French girl's not able to break the Germans' balance at the moment, and that the Germans sort of getting on top now grip wise. Oh, so now she rushed onto that one.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe her only option, isn't it, when she's coming on and she's building that confidence and coming over with that high sleeve. If she can catch the sleeve and keep control of it and pop underneath there, she could get a finish. Still, it's anybody's. We just have a minute left now here in this bronze medal contest. Just one Shido on the board, so Berger here with the advantage.
What's been good about this fight as well, both girls are trying to score big. You know, it's not. Once again, letting go of the hands. But the girls are going big all the time. It's not looking to attack just for the sake of attacking. They're actually trying to score, which is what we're looking for these days in judo.
Yeah. Coaches there giving some advice. They can do that when there's a pause in the contest. We call that a mate in judo, and that's the only time the coaches can give any advice. We've seen a few coaches over the last few days we get sent out of, they get one warning, and then after the first warning they actually get sent out of the coaching chair there. And, well, 17 seconds to go. There was a good attempt there from Emma, but she only threw her opponent just onto behind, really, so she needs to get more of her opponents back on the mat to get the score.
What's the rules about if you watch the German? She's going left hand on, and then the right hand is going over the back, but as a cross grip. Have you got to attack straight away?
Yeah, so if it's a grip either on one side, so a lapel and a sleeve, you have to attack immediately, and it's the same with we used to call that a cross guard grip. So there you can see it, she has to attack immediately. I sometimes don't always see the positive in that. I always think if you're on the other side and you're tall enough, you have control of the head as well.
The problem is going on the lapel and then coming over the cross side, over the top, you're not controlling the shoulder or the arm.
Yeah.
So when you're rotating, you're not bringing the body with you. It's like a straight down.
Yeah, there she is on it again. And, well, an untidy attempt there.
I think the French girl's going to have to get a little bit busier, or... There we go.
And you can see the frustration there. And, well, these athletes now are getting really tired. Emma picking up her second penalty for passivity. Oh.
Beautiful counter.
Yeah. Well, we'll get a replay of that and you'll be able to talk us through it. It was a counter-attack, and, well, Emma had tried that technique all the way through that contest, and, well, it was a matter of time there. Look at that.
I think it was a desperation. She was on the 2 Shidos. She realised she had to start attacking, and I think what's happened, she's, without actually breaking her partner's balance, she's just thrown the attack in, and the German girls just obviously turned on it. It was really nice, really nice.
So the first bronze medal in the under 70 kilogram category goes to Miriam Berger from Germany. Yeah, we can see here the Ouchigari, and then just takes the control on the top, doesn't she? Controls that shoulder down, and well, referee was in a great position there for the Ippon.
And a good day. I think that was a Scottish referee in the middle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, our next contest is one we've really been looking forward to, and it's between Margot Pinot from France, and she's facing Laura Vargas Koch from Germany.
Vargas is the current Olympic bronze medalist from Rio. She's got a very good hopping Ouchi-Uchimata, which she uses to great effect.
Yeah, well, she's got her hands full here again. What talent we've got here in Glasgow. And Pinot also from France, she has some really good results. She's a European silver medalist from 2017, and also has a handful of Grand Slam and Grand Prix medals. So we have a right versus left here. Lucianagi attempt was well received, wasn't it, from Vargas Koch, and now Vargas Koch looking for an opportunity to turn her opponent here.
I'm not sure that these two girls didn't fight in the World Championships last week, did they? I think they both missed out on that.
Yeah, I think Vargas Koch's about 4th seed at the moment in Germany, so there's a few ahead of her, and I'm not sure she'd had time out through injury.
Yeah, she injured her knee last year, and I think this is trying to get back into it. I think they're using these events now to get ready for the end of the year for the Grand Slams in Japan and stuff like that. It's the same for the French girl. She's got Gailly in her weight, and that girl's on fire at the moment, you know, taking a silver medal last week in Baku.
Well, they've had 3 head-to-heads so far, and well, Vargas Koch has won all 3. So she has a 100% record against the French athlete here.
She just doesn't seem to be able to get close with her techniques at all, does she? The German Vargas is just keeping her at distance and controlling every attack that she does. this happens a lot when you get two really good athletes against each other, that they actually stop each other's judo. And even though you can't see the big judo that you normally see, from a judo point of view, if you look how hard the gripping is and the control they're taking, this is sometimes, as for a judo person, as interesting as actually the big throws.
Yeah, you can see the inside grip from Vargas cock on the lapel. It's the one that's controlling her opponent. And well, when I say controlling, that's why she can't get close. She's using that grip, and she'll move and adjust when she can. And again, anticipating the Seoinage there again. But what she needs to be careful is that although these throws are working, she's avoiding them, so they are seen as attacks. And well,
Vargas is already on two Shidos, so really the pressure's on her now to up the work rate and to start attacking. At the moment, she's avoiding the French girl's judo, but she's not coming back with anything. Oh, fantastic!
Yeah. Well, that's what she'd been avoiding all the way through, hadn't she? But well, the low Seoinage, and well, it was one opportunity really. She could set that up, and maybe using that push on the edge helped as well. But the Ippon score goes to Margot Pinot from France, and she takes the gold medal here at the Glasgow European Open.
Also, Vargas will be using this for match fitness.
Yes.
Because you can see at the end she was breathing quite heavy in the match, and a shot, if she's been out for 6 to 8 months, she will need as many matches as this to get back in to start the qualifying for the Olympic Games in 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's under 81 kilos.
Well, we're going to move through up onto the medal ceremony, and have a run through. Well, what a day for some of these athletes. Really came out and put in some fantastic performances. Well, the medals here are being presented by Mr. Ronnie Sayers, who is the chairman of the British Judo Association. And the first bronze medal goes to Zybox Krizan from Hungary, and the bronze medal goes to Emil Hannebeck from Germany.
The silver medalist representing Great Britain, Stuart McWatt.
Silver medal goes to Stuart McWatt from Great Britain.
And the winner of the gold medal representing Austria, Shamil.
And the gold medal goes to Shamil Borchashvili from Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Austria. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to move through now into the bronze medal contests in the under 90 kilogram category for men. And we wait for the athletes to make their way through onto the tatami. There's 2 bronze medal contests on at the same time, so it's up to you at home. You can decide which match you want to follow. We're going to stay on mat 2, and we're going to be following Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain, and he's facing Bas van Empelden from the Netherlands. So it's Petgrave in the white judogi and Van Empelden from Netherlands in the blue. Well, there's Pino Madaloni, former Olympic and world champion from Italy. He's in the middle there.
Double
referee.
European Olympic champion.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
20 in Sydney 2000.
Right. Yeah, well, if there's anyone you trust refereeing your match, I'm sure I'd put my trust in him.
Definitely. Fantastic fighter. I'm looking forward to this fight. Jamal, yourself have had a lot of dealings with Jamal over the years with the cadets. He came through our cadet system, which we have a lot to do with the GB program. And Jamal went to 3 cadet Europeans, a Youth Olympics. So we actually work really closely with him. He's very much a reactive fighter. As you can see, it's very difficult to turn the boy over. But he's very sharp. If you give him an opportunity, he can take it.
Yeah, what I like about him is, he is, like you said, he's reactive. He's very fast. He's very explosive. But he absolutely feels his judo, doesn't he? So when you see him come in, sometimes for techniques, it actually looks beautiful.
If you look at him, he always looks really casual. But this is a sign of being a good player, because obviously he's still a young player. But because he looks so casual, people think he's not trying, but he'll just explode in from after a few seconds, and it's incredible to watch.
Petgrave there picking up a first penalty for passivity. He's just, for me as well, he's not overly cautious, he's just waiting for his time to go. And, he's not going to waste any effort or put himself into any jeopardy when there's not a clear line for a throw for him.
What's really good as well is what we have to take into account is Stuart McWatt and Jamal. This is the first year on the senior circuit, so they've only just come out of juniors, so they are fighting. Sometimes they're fighting guys 4, 5, 6 years older who've been at this level a lot longer, and a lot of the time they have the judo, but they don't have the power yet. They don't have that man strength, and this is also a problem that obviously stops a lot of the judo if they've not got the power.
Yeah, but it's really important, I think, to get them get the exposure as well, isn't it, at a young age?
Yeah. It also opens their eyes to how strong they have to be and to get back in the gym and work harder, and the quicker they do that, the quicker they'll close the gap to the power side from the very top athletes.
So we're halfway through this bronze medal contest here at the Glasgow European Open, and well, for me, I think we're going to see Petgrave come back into this contest now. What does he need to do here, do you think, to come back?
I think more hand speed. He's at the moment he's still a bit static with his hands, so that the Dutch boy can feel. Oh, there we go. Yes, beautiful.
Yeah, Soto Makakomi from Petgrave, and yeah, that's what
that's
you were saying
that's
earlier.
What we're saying.
Yeah.
He looks like he's labouring, but you give him one opportunity, bang, he takes it straight away.
Yeah.
Also, he's fantastic with his feet, as you can see. He just felt like he just knew the boy was moving onto it, and he's just turned and used the boy's weight against himself.
Now we've just over a minute left, and with Petgrave leading here with Awazari, well, what does he have to do to keep this score now? It looks to be really tiring as well, and he has 1 Shido. He can't afford really to pick up too many Shidos here, because 3 Shidos and you can lose the contest. Oh, but he doesn't
fantastic.
need to, does he?
Once again, he waited for the boy to attack him twice, and he's turned and taken the boy over for 2 fantastic Wazzari scores. As you see, he sets the boy up there, makes the boy attack him, and then rolls the boy. Brilliant judo. The Dutch boy knows he's just been ambushed.
That's the nice thing about judo, isn't it? It isn't. Sometimes it isn't just what you see. If you understand the background as well of what they're looking for, it isn't just about attacking. It's about setup. It's about forcing your opponent into a position where they don't want to be.
I think the boy has a bright future.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to move across here to the second bronze medal contest, and that's between Lorenzo Pericone from France, and he's facing Ibrahim Kieti from France also. Well, I think it's going to be a deciding factor here.
It looks like he's going to get a Shido.
Yeah.
The referee's asked him to put his kit in.
Yeah, 13 seconds left. They have a Wazzari each, but if you can see there on the score, Kieta has 3 Shidos now, and well, he'll get disqualified there. And the bronze medal goes to Lorenzo Pericone from France.
He never looked overly happy with that decision.
No, he didn't. He'd had it. Unfortunate for Kieta, he lost out in the semi-final on the last second. He got caught by one of his teammates in a spectacular fashion. And well, we're going to see the guy who did the trouble there, and that was Benoit Collin from France. He's also facing his teammate here, Maxime Aminot, also from France. It's Aminot in the white judogi and Collin in the blue.
Going back to the last fight, it's always difficult to lose a semi-final and come back for a bronze medal to try and win. I would actually like to know the stats, how many losing semi-finalists actually do win the bronze, or the person who wins a rep charge fight who's coming in on a high.
Yeah, because it can go both ways. I know for me, I think I won every bronze medal ever if I lost the semi, and I think just psychologically I would have been so angry with myself to lose that initial match that I came back. Or whether, sometimes it's of chance, but I always feel desperately sorry for people who lose their semi-final and then go on and lose their bronze medal match.
Yeah, same for me. I just wish I had fought for a medal, but anyway.
Well, we're here. I'm not here in the white and Collin in blue. We know Collin followed a few of his contests today, and he specialises there in his Sutemi-waza, and it's fantastic. Yoko Tomanagi and he can really adjust his opponents mid-flight. A bit of a get-out attack there, wasn't it, from Collin?
He just managed to step off. The first boys also to Gary, which was very close.
So tactics-wise, if you're fighting somebody who specialises in these type of what we would call in judo like a sacrifice throw, they're putting themselves on the back to throw. They obviously need space, don't they, to do that.
The thing is, it's down to your posture. Obviously, you don't lean over onto them, which gives them the opportunity to get under you. You don't walk towards them, because obviously they're going to try and use your weight against you. What you've got to do is bring them onto you, like what he's doing there. Dominate the sleeve, which cuts down on or any chance of him dropping under you for a sacrifice shot.
Yeah. Well, now he's looking for an opening in Yuasa but the referee deemed that there was no progression there, so we'll stand them up. It's really difficult, isn't it, to keep their composure all the way through, and the plan for me with Aminot, it looks to be working. He's obviously knows his opponent very well. He's there again with that strong, high grip, but unusually that time he came round the back.
He's actually, if you look at him, he's a right-handed player, and he's looking for the big old Sotogari to the right side, but then he's dropping his hand round, his left hand round the waist, and actually going left as well for the Ogoshi type of stuff, which I can't remember seeing from that, a high grip round the neck, somebody turning for the Ogoshi from that. So this is interesting. I'm interested to see what happens from this.
Well, Collin, he can't get the space he needs to there, and he was trying to use some Ashiwaza to get some opening, but then dropped again underneath and just brought his opponent onto him. That could... For
me, that's borderline, whether it's a get out, a bail out attack, or actually whether he's trying to score.
Yeah. And, well,
yes, and that's exactly what the referees have agreed with us on that. So now he's on 2 Shidos. Now he'll have to change his whole fight now, because obviously... Oh.
Wow. It's one slip up, isn't it? Can be so costly.
He's dominated the whole fight, and as you see from there, it just takes a couple of seconds just to lose that lead.
If you're wondering why he didn't get a score from that, there wasn't enough of his side or back on the mat. And you were saying earlier on as well about the level of these athletes, and sometimes it doesn't look to be a lot going on, but when you grip up in a contest like this against somebody strong,
incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. Just he's avoided that for the whole fight, and he's just relaxed for that. Just them few seconds. Look, he's leaned over.
Yeah, there was the posture.
For the first time, he's broke his posture, and the guys took advantage.
Now he's going to have to come forward, isn't he? And
exactly.
And that's exactly where he wants to as well.
The other boy still has to be careful on 2 Shidos that he can't make a mistake either, so that's okay because he moved his opponent.
Yeah.
But it's still a very safe technique that you can't be countered from. You can.
Yeah, we see. Yeah. And the rotation, he absolutely nails it, doesn't he? And arrives on top of his opponent as well.
The last 8 seconds.
Well, what a finish for Benoit Collin from France. He'd had a close call in his semi-final. He won on the bell, and again here in the final, just really managed to pull a fantastic throw-out when he needed it. So the gold medal and the win goes to Benoit Collin from France, and a silver medal goes to Maxime Aminot, also from France.
The winner and gold medalist, representing France, Benoit Collin. Maxime Aminot from France takes silver. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's under 70 kilos will now take place.
Well, we're going to be moving through onto the medal ceremony in the under 70 kilogram category. The medals will be presented by Andreas Hempel, who's a member of the refereeing commission for the European Judo Union. And the first bronze medal goes to Miriam Buchtkurit from Germany. And the second bronze medal goes to Alina Lengvilla from Switzerland.
I'd also like to say how good the medal carriers are looking in the kilts. Two of my talent development members who are helping out here to hand the medals out.
There we go. Silver medal there goes to Laura Vogus Koch from Germany. And the gold medal goes to Margot Pinot from France. What do you think it means to the young athletes in Scotland? I know you work with a lot of the cadet players and the younger teams as well, for them to have an international competition on the doorstep that they can either, like you were saying, there's some of the medal carriers there were some of your young athletes, you know.
It's actually, it makes my job a lot easier, because having a competition like this in Scotland, it means all my players, all the talent development, the performance players, they all come and watch this. And what's good for me, in the last 3 or 4 years, we've had players leave our system and they've been part of it. Like Josie Steel, who won the gold medal, Alex Short, who won the gold medal. You've just had Stuart McWatt. Well, these kids have seen them come through my system, and now they're turning up a venue like this, watching them, and they're thinking, hey, we can do this.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know, it shows you we can do this. Do you know, it's not out of our reach.
Yes.
If they can do it, we can do it.
Well, we're going to move now through into the under 78 kilogram category, where we're going to be following the fight between Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain, and she's facing Georgia Stangherlin from Italy. It's Yates-Brown in the white judogi and Stangherlin in the blue.
This will be interesting. I love Yates-Brown's attitude. She fought the World Championships last week and took a 5th place, which is her first World Championships. She's a young girl, was a fantastic, and straight away she wanted to fight here. Do you know, most of the world team, they have a rest and get ready for the end of the year, and not her. She's like, no, I want to keep fighting. I want more medals, and you can see that in the way she runs on the mat and the way she starts a match. It's fantastic.
Well, a bit of a stalemate there. Her opponent there was looking maybe to take the leg out, but there was absolutely no leeway to get that out. So the referee saw there was no progression. He stood them up there, and they'll start again in Tachiwaza. Well, Yates-Brown, I think in this weight is quite small in stature, but I think equally so is Stangherlin. She's not too big, is she?
She shouldn't look. I know Yates-Brown's coming in at about 74 kilos, so she is about 4 kilos underweight at the moment, because she's very new to this weight division.
Yeah.
She's been fighting 70 kilos for the last couple of years, but I think her and the coaching team have had a look and thought, well, maybe there's more. Maybe there's an opportunity at 78 kilos. Saying that we do have the world number 4 or 5 from Great Britain.
Yeah.
So
I think that's something
not
else
be easy.
in Great Britain that's really fantastic, especially with the women's division, that there's some real quality, especially in our higher weights.
Oh, well, even if
Some
you
real depth.
well, even if you look at the from 57 kilos at the moment in GB, you've got Nekoda, silver medalist at the World Championships. Then we've got a first-year junior in Josie Steel,
Yeah.
who went and won the gold medal yesterday.
Yeah.
Then you've got a Kellij top rack, who's junior European silver medalist. You've got Becky Livesey, who's now in the seniors, but is a junior European, I think, a junior world medalist as well. So that's from 57, 63s. Oh, geez, we'd be here all day talking about them. There's that many of them.
Yeah.
70 kilos, you've got a silver and bronze medalist from the senior Europeans this year in Sally Conway and Gemma Howell.
Yeah.
Then 78s now, you've got Natalie, who's ranked top 5 in the world or whatever.
Yes.
And then you've got
Yates Brown, and we've also got another young athlete coming through.
Yes.
She's made it to the final on the other side of the draw.
Exactly.
And that'll be Shelley Ludford. We'll see. We'll talk about Shelley later when she comes up onto the map. But at the moment we're just over the halfway mark, and well, there was a nice low Sianagi attempt there from Stangherlin, and she's looking now for the hold.
As you probably just saw, Jemima is the most flexible girl you will ever see in your life. You can't hold this girl down. You tried to throw her and she can put a leg over the back of her head. It's just an incredible athlete to watch.
Yeah, well, you can't control shoulder joints and elbow joints, so she manages to escape lots of arm locks, and there you could see how she escaped the Sianagi attack, and then obviously the hold as well. I think the only way to hold her would be to absolutely pin her head and the majority of her back and also her legs.
At the moment, the way she's fighting, you can see her judo is she has really good judo, but you can see she's just lacking that little bit of weight at times, that she's bouncing off the other girl. When she's attacking, she's...
Now that was really close as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it was close enough. I mean, she anticipated herself going down and rotated herself on the front so fast. And it's to a point where it's really exciting to watch, isn't it?
Well, I'm not calling this fight yet.
No.
I'll call it when I see the winner.
Well, Stangherlin as well here. I think she's putting some really great attacks. Well, the rotation there in Yates Brown's lower back, she managed to get the front of her arm and her shoulder down, and that's why there was no score there. Low Sianagi attempt.
She doesn't want to stay about there.
No. Well, the combinations need to be a little bit more hurried, don't they?
What you'll
get any reaction from her to throw.
Also, what you'll be seeing, Jemima will probably be getting a little bit tired now. And the reason is it's nothing to do with fitness. When you give so much weight away in a fight, you've actually got to use so much power all the time to match your opponent that you actually physically get tired a lot quicker. And I think at the moment, until she gets a second wind, you can see that right now. Even though judo-wise she's fine, because she's trying to match a girl who's heavier than her, you can see the power, the fitness levels are dropping.
There's that as well. There's a difference, isn't it? When you move up into another weight category, you have to adjust, don't you? And to get a reaction from a 78 kilogram player when you've been a 70s, it's a completely different ball game.
Well,
sometimes,
I'm talking to the master here, who moved up for the Olympic Games and weighed 71 kilos. You know, fought 78s.
It really is about, you've got to use movement but also power to get a reaction from them. The reaction is slow. Sometimes you have to adjust your body, but also, as we were talking about how light Yates Brown is, she hasn't got that weight behind her techniques yet, has she? So when she develops more power and maybe she's able to put some weight on in muscle, we're going to see a completely different athlete here. Well, well, the work rates here. It's whether she can stay focused in time. I'm not sure.
Well, they've now been fighting for 4.5 minutes,
Yeah.
and the pace has not dropped at all. I thought that was going to be similar to the Jamal's fight where he turned him.
Yeah.
But the pace has not dropped at all. These two girls have been fighting at a great pace, and the level of judo they're doing is excellent as well. It's a really interesting fight to watch.
There's a lovely low
perfect
Sodi attack there.
As you can see. That is not because the girl's unfit, that's because she's giving about 8 to 10 pounds away. And it definitely works the lungs.
Yeah. Well, it's we were talking about this earlier on today about how sometimes the dynamics of the fight change in golden score. It's something that I know we never had an opportunity to do, and I don't think I ever would have wanted it.
Thank God.
Thought of it, but it's amazing how they develop opportunities really quickly in that first minute in golden score. Well, the bronze medal, well-deserved bronze medal, goes to Katie Jemima Yates-Brown of Great Britain.
At the moment, it's a very successful move up a weight. Looking and talking to coaches, or I don't know if it's a short-term fix where it's just a couple of years to have a bash and see where we go, and then after Tokyo, if she can get past Natalie, whether they will bring her back down to 70 kilos, which if you look at her height and shape, is probably more suited towards her. Yeah. But at the moment, obviously, we have Sally Conway, we have Gemma.
Yes. That was the thing. It wasn't about just getting to the Olympic Games. Maybe it might also just be about getting to the high-level tournaments, because she needs that 4-year period to develop for the Olympic Games in Paris.
But maybe an outside bet might be this girl. I worked with Shelley as a cadet as well at the Youth Olympics and on the GB cadet team. And for me, this girl, fundamentally, her judo, her balance, her movement is fantastic, her gripping. Once again, though, very young, she will be outpowered. But if you look at her posture and her gripping, it's very sleeve lapel, it's Japanese. This girl does have everything. Yeah,
what was interesting in a semi-final contest and in a quarter-final contest, that this is where she's dangerous. Now she has a real fast shimiwaza, where she'll transition from standing into Nuwaza, and it's seamless. It's so quick. So that's where, for me, she's very dangerous as well. There's a strong position. Just loses the control on the opposite sleeve there.
She's very similar to Yates Brown. That I think she's only been moved into this weight in the last 12, 15 months. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Shelley's only weighing 75 kilos as well. So, but she has the height, the stature to put the weight on in the right places through the strength conditioning to be a fantastic 78 kilo player for the future.
Well, she just avoids that attack there from Lucassen from the Netherlands. I think as well that you can't underestimate Ludford, because even though she's tall and athletic, she's very physically strong. And
well, as a race of people, the Dutch are, I'm pretty sure they're the tallest race of people in the world. But if you look at it, I've never met a weak Dutch person yet. Do you know, when it's like the Germans, you fight the Germans, the Dutch, and physically they're so powerful. Yeah. And this will probably be the biggest hurdle for Shelley in this fight. Will be after 3 minutes of trying to match the girl for power. Oh.
That was a nice Ashiwaza, wasn't it?
It was, but once again, Shelley attacking just off balance a little bit. But you don't know if that's to do with the power that the girl's producing. Do you know, it's forcing the mistake.
I think when I'm looking at the the Dutch player. I'm sure that's a brown belt she's wearing, isn't it? Which is really unusual at this level to see a competitor. So everyone's not sure about the grades in judo as well. Yeah. That usually at this level everybody would have a Dan grade, which is a black belt. But you can see that Lucassen is wearing a brown belt. Whether she's maybe come into judo late, or sometimes just.
Sometimes they do it. Sometimes they do it just to annoy us, just to beat a black belt to make us look silly.
I'm going to get a little bit of background on Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands. She's doing really well here. Made it through, putting out some really strong seeds on her way through into the final.
As you can see, we're pointing out a bit like Jemima in the last fight, just giving that 3 or 4 kilos away makes a huge difference in judo. Just when you attack, you haven't got that extra power just to bail them over, basically. Do you know what I mean? But this is where she has got a better opportunity in Newaza, because it's a great leveler. It doesn't really matter about the weight down there, do you know? Now, if you're getting somebody's neck or arm, it's not really.
Yeah, I always think that about competition Newaza, that if you're struggling with somebody's size because they're tall or small or they're heavier than you, if you can maneuver them onto the ground, it doesn't really matter when you're down there. Well, Ludford here, just trailing by Iwasari, still looking for the score. She won't stop until...
you can see as well the Dutch girl's pinning a sleeve, which is when Shelley's attacking right-handed, because she hasn't got full control of that sleeve. She's bouncing off the girl a bit, but look at this now. She's looking for the Sangaku.
Yes. Well, that's what she's... we've seen some fantastic Newaza from her.
She's got it.
She's got it.
She's got it. Go on.
Well, she's got 10 seconds here to get this on. Can she do it? She had manoeuvred her. Oh, what a shame.
That was so close.
What an effort.
That was a great effort of Shelley. Well, Shelley will be disappointed with that, but what a fantastic day she's had here today. I think that's her first senior medal. So at the European Cup, so as disappointed as she be, she'll take a lot of positives away from this.
Yeah, without a doubt. It was a fantastic effort for Ludford from Great Britain, but the gold medal goes to Ilona Lucassen from the Netherlands. There was that...
just off balance.
Yeah, just quarter off balance. Bit of a nice ashiwaza there, but we're going to move through now into the medal ceremony in the under 90 kilogram category. And I totally agree with you when I think about Shelley Ludford's development. What's been amazing for me over the last 3 contests, and we saw there that she's really developed strong Newaza, and that's really important for that weight category.
Once again, we're look at the depth that British judo has in women. And even I missed the heavyweight girl out, which was Sarah Adlington, who's just got a 5th place at the World Championships. You look at the 52 kilos, where we have Chelsea Giles, who's now medaling at Grand Prix. You've got the young girl Yasmin Javadian, who's just took a 5th place in the first year of junior at the Junior Europeans. So women's judo is looking very, very healthy
and
at the moment.
I think what it's created is they all train together at a high performance centre in Warsaw, and it's not just the amount of training they get and the work they do, it's that they're training together, they're pushing each other every day, and I think that's a massive, it just makes the big difference, doesn't it? You've got strong training partners every day.
As you know, when we were competing, I was based in Kendal, and we had a strong group of players. and yourself, you used to come over a lot to Kendal, you used to go down to London, and you used to always be part of these bases. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the medals there went to Lorenzo Pereconi from France, and the second bronze medal was Jamal Petgrave from Great Britain. Silver medal went to Maxime Aminot from France, and gold medal went to Benoit Collin from France. We're going to move through now to the under 100 kilogram category, and we're going to be following Mat 2, and the contest is between Rhys Thompson of Great Britain. He's facing Emil Mattsson from Sweden. It'll be Thompson in the white judogi and Mattsson in blue. It's amazing, isn't it, how much the production of judo has changed over the years and developed. It's so professional for the athletes, but it gives them so much opportunity now on a world stage. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
I think for me the system we have in GB now is all over. Like even with like Scotland has its own hub now. You have a hub at Camberley, Bath, one in Wales, you have one setting up in Northern Ireland now. And GB, look at the physio, look at the strength conditioning coaches, everything now is so professional. In our day, I don't think I saw a physio in 10 years when I was competing.
Yeah.
Now, because obviously we had to pay for it, so we just bandage ourselves up. Now it's Nigel Donoghue and the people at the Walsall Centre of Excellence, it's just so professional.
Yeah.
It blows your mind. You just think, wow, I wish I was competing now.
Yeah, and also I think on the world circuit as well, and you see just the every European Cup they go to, from cadets through to junior to senior, media is the same, the marketing is the same, you know, and it helps these young athletes come through, doesn't it? You can't believe how organised it is on a world stage.
It's incredible. It's an incredible. It's now a televised sport. In our day, you had to wait for people to give you a phone call to tell you how you're done, and you didn't hear about or watch these players. What the EJU and the IGF have done now is just an absolute incredible job. It's just it's fantastic, and it's absolutely. It's like I'm paid to be a judo coach, but actually I'm a bigger judo fan now than I ever was before, because every weekend. How I'm still married, I'll never know, because I just watch judo at the weekends now instead of going out with my family.
Well, first score there goes on the board to Thompson of Great Britain. You can have a replay here. And there it is. We used to call that the lats. And it's a very low kataguruma.
After the Belgian brothers Philip and Johan, who used to use this a lot, who were great players in themselves, world and European medalists. Oh, beautiful.
Yes. What a throw. That was fantastic, wasn't it?
Do you know what? This boy's come under the radar over the last couple of years. Yeah, he's been going to junior Europeans and stuff, but not a lot of people talk about him. But as you can see, this kid has judo, and and he's still young. I think he might be a first or second year senior, and this will do him the world of good to come away from here with a medal.
I know he trains out from Bath University.
Yep.
So he's based over there, and you were talking about these strong hubs that we have in Great Britain. So he trains out of there, and it was nice to see two completely different styles of attack within that. We're going to move over here to the opposite
Finished.
Oh, we've just finished. So the second bronze medal there goes to Clement Delvert from France. He takes that second bronze medal.
I just noticed the Italian boy Marino, who he fought as a cadet. He was a heavyweight, and he used to fight one of my boys, but one of the GB boys, and he was always weighing around 120.
Oh, really?
So obviously to come under 100 kilos, he's obviously a lot more professional now, maybe in the centre in Rome.
Well, the final now is upon us, and it's the final of the under 100 kilograms. We have Orhat Zalan from Hungary, and he's facing Joseph Tehek from France. It's Orhat in white, and Terek will be in blue. Well, 13 judokas started the day here in the under 100 kilograms. Not the biggest weight category, but like you said, there's some real depth here. And Orhat Zalan, he came in as the number 1 seed, and Terek, he came as the number 3 seed.
Well, looking at it from a GB point of view, what's really a positive thing is that's 4 weight divisions over the weekend where GB players have medalled.
Yes.
Which is a positive thing as well, because obviously it's the men normally develop later, but we've had a couple, 2 or 3 juniors. In fact, even take Alex Short,
yes,
first year seniors who are medaling. So this is really positive. And we also have a junior coming out next in Wesley in the heavyweights.
Yes.
So there's a chance of, out of 7 weight divisions, we could possibly win 5 medals. Watching these boys, you just don't realise the power that they generate. Just the size of them and the power is just incredible. I'm so happy I'm sat here and not on that mat.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to see on the screen actually the size of them, but sometimes it's quite good if you can look at the referee.
Yeah.
And you can compare the size of the referee. The referee isn't 6 foot tall though.
No, he's 6'5", I got told.
Well, for me,
that's a weak attack.
To heck here. Not quite sure how you pronounce that name, whether it's Terech or Terek. But for me, he's looking very, very powerful. He's using that.
He's not frightened to go in close, is
no.
he? And you know, I
think that was very close to a score, wasn't it?
I'll be surprised if they don't have another look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what makes him really look more powerful, because he's going forward. He wants to engage, doesn't he? And because he wants to engage, it's obviously putting his opponent in a real physical danger.
Yeah,
and
just landed on his side there. You could see it was more of his stomach side than his backside. Backside. Didn't mean to say that.
I don't think there's any other way to get around it, is
No,
it?
no.
Because that's where if you land there in judo, it's obviously no score. If there's a real drive and a rotation onto the back and it rolls on, you can get the score. But to get a nip on, you have to have real force, and it has to be a clear line of attack from one side of the back to the other, or flat on the back. Well, we're just under the halfway mark. Only 1 Shido between them here. Orhat has that Shido, so he's just behind it. Won't worry him here yet.
The French boys are obviously looking a bit tired there now, but he's getting caught up in exchanges, which is very un-French. Normally they have a style where they make it so difficult to attack them. They have the back to you, they're killing a sleeve. But if you look at him, he's not frightened to engage at all.
No,
he's
square on,
very
isn't he?
square on, which, as I say, the French have sort of got their own style where it's very turning the shoulder towards them and making you walk their way. But this French boy, he's good. And that's a second Judo to the Hungarian.
It's like he's inviting his opponent to take that high grip over the top.
Oh, last minute.
Well, there was some pressure on the edge. There wasn't a shove out. There was an opportunity for him to move out.
That's it.
And that pressure is used for a couple of reasons, isn't it?
One is Judo to the French boy.
Yeah. Well, for me, I thought there was pressure on the edge there to get some movement from him to attack. He did try to move in, and it's whether he deemed that there was enough force to just push his opponent out. Another close call there for Ohat. Just manages to avoid the score onto his
Just not
front.
controlling the top half, is he? He's doing everything right. He's moving him. It's just not. He's giving him just that option at the last second to turn onto his stomach. Oh, somebody's going big now.
Yeah. Now, where would you go with this one? Because he initiated the attack. Did he lose control and then it was overtaken by Ohat?
But he did no part of his body, his back touched at all. So for me, it's a no score.
Yeah.
What's refreshing once again? Oh, beautiful. Once again, they're going big. They're not looking to play tactics. It's really refreshing to watch. This is the reason we brought the two Wazaris back, and because now as a televised sport, this is great to watch now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what we saw there, Ohat, for me as well, just in the latter stages, I thought the condition of the French player just started to ebb away a little bit, and I think it gave Ohat that confidence to push forward, and when he did, he lunged at him, didn't he? And we'll get another replay of that because it was a super uchimata technique, and using his
the French suckered him into that one,
Yeah,
didn't he?
he
Says,
did.
I'll pretend to be tired so he comes at me. Yes, I used to use that one myself. That was in the warm-up.
Yeah, that was a good win there. Here we see it again. There was the one of the attacks, didn't score that time.
As you say though, this is 100 kilos,
Yeah.
which I'm not sure whether they call it light heavyweight or whatever.
Yeah.
But look at the agility of these guys. Look at the size of the attacks they're using. Do you know this? This is not a negative fight. This is exactly why we love this sport, because look at that. It's fantastic. And even he tried to spin off it in midair. This is a guy weighing 15 and a half, 16 stone, and he's trying to switch off it, you know.
Well, here we are for the under 78 kilogram category, and we're going to see their medalists. They're presented by Nekoda Davis, who's the world silver medalist from Azerbaijan just 2 weeks ago, and there she is giving one of her teammates a bronze medal. Jemima Yates Brown takes the first bronze medal, and second bronze medal goes to Sama Hawa Camara from France. Silver medal goes to Kellij Ludford from Great Britain. And the winner of the gold medal representing the Netherlands is Ilona Lucassen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the Netherlands. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we're going to now move through into the heavyweights.
But yeah, just looking at that rostrum, you can see the height difference with Jemima.
Are they all standing on the same?
Yeah,
obviously
well,
Shelley isn't tall, isn't she?
Shelley's playing a good teammate and going down the steps, which is the same height. Shelley flies out to the Bahamas this week, doesn't she, for the Junior World Championships?
Yeah, that's right.
So this is really good preparation. Same with Josie Steel.
Yes.
So them two will be on the plane feeling very good about themselves.
Yeah. And yes, we're going to probably switch matches here because I think there's just going to be a bow on.
Yes, I think
for Emily.
Yeah, I think Sarah got injured in the last fight.
Yeah. So I think if we can move over to the mat 1 and we'll follow the contest. We're going to follow the contest between Farah Batulos from Spain, and she's facing Sarah Alvarez, also from Spain. Patricia Farah Batulos from Spain and Sarah Alvarez, also from Spain.
On mat 2, a win by Kovacic and a bronze medal to Emily Ritchie from Great Britain.
Well, it's very difficult, isn't it, coming abroad and fighting somebody from your teammate, one of your teammates for a medal position. I think sometimes it can really put the pressure on here.
This is the good thing about the heavyweights is obviously it's over 78 kilos, and one of the girls looks not much more than 78 kilos, where you can be fighting anybody 100 plus, you know. So it's always very interesting to. Oh,
yeah,
and nicely strangled there, really good.
Yeah, she was very quick, wasn't she, getting into that position? She tried for the I'm trying to think how I could call it. We used to call it the dumper truck.
Yes,
I was trying to think of an elegant way to say it, but I can't. It was made really fashionable by a heavyweight Chinese competitor. But she went for that, and really, you know, the weight and the power behind that. You could
by driving the girl,
yeah.
and as the girl's arms come out to sort of stop herself going forward, it opened her neck up.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it was really well done.
The girl was very fast onto it. Just like to say hello to Collin Woods from Edinburgh, who's watching today, and he's just become a father. Congratulations!
Yes, congratulations, Collin. I hope he's enjoying the medal fights here. I'm sure he's looking forward to this one.
I think he'll be devastated that he's not here watching it, because obviously he's on bottle duty today.
Well, Emis Karpati from Hungary, she's making her way through, and she's going to be facing Rahuti Venedudon from France. Karpati in white and Venedudon in blue.
Easy for you to say.
I don't think I got that one right. I'm gonna
and in the white judo, representing Hungary, Emesi Karpati.
Venorden.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I've seen this Hungarian girl on the junior and cadet circuit over the last few years, and she was not a bad girl at all.
Yeah.
Medalled a lot. Very strong on the sleeve grip there. Grip-wise, it's a left on a right situation, but I'm not sure if the Hungarian's looking, even though she has a left grip, whether she's looking to turn right.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they sometimes use that lapel
Yeah.
hand, don't they? Then we call it a post out, you know, or a block out
Yeah.
in judo. And it just gives you an opportunity to wait and draw your opponent on while you take that high hand on, because if you do throw that high hand without that movement, you can be susceptible
Well,
to
she
being
looks to me as if she's
countered.
left-sided, but she's looking for the drop right Sienagi.
Ah, yes. Yeah, you could see there she adjusted. You could see there she was more comfortable, wasn't she, with that right foot stance.
Yeah. So now you'll have to do well to trick a French person with tactics anyway, because something about the French, they know tactics. They're fantastic at it.
And yeah, it's almost impossible, isn't it, to change any type of stance of a French competitor. You can see she's very strong in her stance, and it doesn't matter what the Hungarian does, she hasn't been able to adjust that at all. And when we say stance in judo, you're either right, in general, I'd say 99.9%, you're either a right-hander or a left-hander. And you can see there with the right foot forward, I think it's opposite in boxing, isn't it? Your stance position in judo, that she's in that strong position. And if she changes out, if those feet come in line, or she adjusts against somebody who is right-handed as well, it just makes her open to attack.
That was the drop Sienagi she tried, but I think the French has worked out what she's looking for. As you can see, she's controlling that. She's taking a double lapel grip, which is, there we go, which is stopping the Hungarian girl turning in at all.
Yeah.
Across the mouth.
Well, how quick was that? That was like the low Otoshi, something you'd see a lightweight man do.
Well, I don't remember. Karen Briggs used to do like a drop Tai Otoshi thing.
Yeah, but she was 48 kilos.
Yes, I know.
These are plus 100s.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Plus 78.
Oh, sorry.
Why was you looking at me when you said that? That was the opportunity there. You see, she moved her, but she has to move her hands fast if she's going to put that drop Sienagi in.
Yeah. This is maybe when she could catch her when they're starting to get tired.
Yeah.
I'm going to move through into the last minute now.
It's just a battle for grips right now. You can see that none of them have the grip that they want to put the favoured attack in. Oh. Possibly a walkout.
Well, I'd say we're moving now into the last minute. There's no score for either of these athletes here, and just really looking to get their preferred grip, and it seems to have been a really a slow fight, and yeah, sometimes you see it because they're so evenly matched as well, and they're maybe a little bit overcautious. And I think as they tire now, I think we could see an error made, and I think that's when we're going to see.
I think possibly another penalty for the Hungarian.
Yeah.
Yes. So now she has to open up. Now she's on two Shidos. She can't afford to let the French girl dominate the grips and the attacks now.
Yeah, and you're right. She does like that right side, but you can see there that the French athlete's just controlling that sleeve, so she can't turn in with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this final now moves into golden score.
Okay, golden score period. First one to score will take the match.
The problem is that right hand's doing nothing when she turns in, and that's why she's not producing any power to challenge the French girl at all. The French girl's obviously looking for the drop Toshi again. Nope.
Yeah, if you watch a lot of judo, there's that low Toshi again.
It looks dangerous.
Yeah.
If somebody comes down on that leg when it's out like that. Oof.
I think as well, when you were saying this, she's not really doing anything with that lapel grip. When you watch Japanese judo, if you spend any time in Japan, you'll understand what we mean there.
Oh, did I tell you I'm going out there next week? I just thought I'd mention that. Anyway. Oh, there's the Snijders for the first time. She got under.
Yes.
Probably her best attack of the match.
Yeah, and they use that lapel grip and use the movement and the momentum to unbalance their opponents. Causes something what we call kuzushi, and that's breaking of balance, and that's how we can initiate lots of our judo attacks. Well, when your opponent and yourself are very static, it's sometimes it's like hitting a brick wall, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh. Just not keeping her hands on, do you know?
Yeah. Well, the intention was there.
Yeah.
That's a shame, isn't it? Because the intention's there. She wants to throw. She's just hasn't got the energy to keep hold.
Well, I wouldn't say any of the girls have put a bad attack in yet. Do you know, they're just, because they're cancelling themselves out with the grips, sometimes it makes you look bad, but like them grips are strong. Look at that.
Yes. I'd like to see her use them, and it's a shame for it to...
Now that to me was a bit of a bailout. Do you know, she attacked just for the sake of attacking to stop the French girl dominating her. And that's probably the first time she's done that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we know now that Kapati here, she has 2 penalties. A third penalty, she'll get a disqualification, and the win will go to Van Orden. Well, everybody wants to see a judo contest finished with a big ippon throw. It's not always possible when you get 2 players evenly matched. But, well, the action there just taking place off the mat, so the referee will want them brought back into the middle. And well, the first penalty for passivity goes to Van Orden from France.
Oh, that's a score. Did she have control of the top half though? I think that's what they maybe look at.
It was a great effort, wasn't it?
It was a good, it's a good effort, but did she have control of the top bit as she come over? And did enough? No, not enough of the back touched. Oh, she did that time.
Yeah. Well, that was an error, wasn't it, from Karpati? She entered for the low Sianagi without the movement, and well, Van Orden was ready to counter, and she just really forced her opponent onto her back there. Well,
but this is what's fantastic about the referees and the televisions and all the stuff they have now. I've been in judo 45 years, and I thought the last one was a score until I saw the replay, and then I went, okay.
Yeah.
And this is where now there's, I would probably say 98-99% of decisions are correct. Do you know, it's as a coach myself sitting in the seat, it's very hard for me to complain, because if I walk around here, I need to be 100% right, or I'm looking like an idiot.
Yeah, the other side to that was, I was mentioning that today, that athletes now, I think the care and attention for athletes in everything that they do is there, but more so in judo competition, because we used to have 2 corner referees that had to judge the fight in real time, and that's difficult.
Yeah.
Now they have cameras at different angles, which is amazing that they can do that. We also have 2 qualified referees who will sit and they can review any action if it's deemed to be a score or not a score or a penalty. They can look back at it, and they'll look back at it at different angles. So sometimes you'll see a referee doesn't score something, and that's because he's waiting to see, you know, what it is. You don't want to take scores on the board and then take them off again.
But also it helps when you have referees of the calibre now of Pino Madaloni. Now who's going to go around and question an Olympic champion of, yes, I think you were wrong.
Yeah, I think as well.
Not me.
No, because as well I think sometimes it helps that if you've done judo and you've felt judo, you can sometimes see what's going to happen, and you can wait for it. And because judo can be so fast, it's very difficult sometimes to see landings. Well, we're going to just give you a rundown of these medalists here in the under 100 kilogram category. Rhys Thompson of Great Britain takes a bronze medal. Clement de Vert, another bronze medal for France, and the silver medal goes to Ohat Zalan from Hungary, and the winner goes to Joseph Peric from France.
The French will be quite pleased with the weekend's work that they've done, eh?
Yeah.
I think I know every word to the French national anthem now. It's been played that much.
Please stand for the national anthem of France.
It is a fantastic national anthem, though, isn't it? Especially in Paris, when they win in Paris and you have 17,000 French singing it's just it's electric.
Yeah, there's a lot of media coverage here as well. There's a hashtag Judo Glasgow 2018. So if you were on Instagram, you can pop that Instagram hashtag in, and you'll be able to see lots of the happenings in the Emirates Arena here. I think we've had judo classes and lots of judo fans here. Some really nice pictures there. Well, we're going to wait the last weight category here, and it will be 100 kilograms, and we're going to be following the first bronze medal category, and it's an all-British final, and it's between Adam Hall, and he's facing Wesley Greenwich as well. So it'll be Adam Hall in white and Wesley Greenwich in blue.
This will be interesting. Obviously, Wesley's still a junior, where Adam's been around for a long time now, and I think only just really moved into heavyweight.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to speak with Adam last weekend, and we were chatting about this tournament, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to be doing the hundreds. I'm going to move up," and whether it was a sign that maybe it might be his last, competitive. Competitions we'll have to see, but he's done extremely well to get into this bronze medal contest here.
I don't know, knowing Adam, he's a bit from the same part of the world as you, Chloe.
Yes, he is. He's from the northeast.
You know, they like to fight in that part. I don't think it'll be the last time we see this boy anyway.
Yeah, I was just saying he's from a judo family. His dad, Gary, himself has a lot of experience, and probably still practicing, I think, in the northeast. And I'm sure him and his whole family here will be supporting him. Well, both picked up their first penalties, and that was for what we call an illegal breaking of the grip. or not engaging in the contest here. There's a big difference here in size. Greenwich is he's very young. He's absolutely dominating in this, and he's towering above him.
Is he 6'5", 6'6"? Oh. Wesley's a young boy. He has a lot of potential. That he trains well. He listens. He's just at the moment still a bit raw when he does his judo. But I think the more camps Great Britain get him on and get him out to Holland and France and Germany and these places, doing a lot more with bigger players. Because I think the biggest problem we have in this country is we've got very few heavyweights.
Yeah.
So for Wesley, him and Adam probably fight each other that much that, as you can see, they know exactly what the other guy's going to do, and it kills both of the judo.
Yeah, well, Greenwich there just picks up a second penalty, and that was for another gripping infringement. You could see, Hall there, just stronger on that high grip, and Greenwich felt the pressure there, and he just couldn't do anything about it. Well, now on the lapel.
I think because Hall's been a 100-kilo player nearly all his life. You know, he's a bit faster. He thinks a bit faster, and I think that's where Wesley's struggling at the moment, because gripping wise, he's sort of cancelling all Wesley's grips out. Thing is, if Wesley does get his hands on him and turns his back, we know what he can do. This boy can throw. And I think Hall knows that as well. That's why if you look at him, he keeps chopping and changing his grips and keeping it fast and messing it about and taking Wesley out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, you can see the power that Greenwich has there. He just has that sleeve, and it's just above the elbow, and he's just drawing him in now.
It's just that holding back. He has to attack soon, because obviously he's already on 2 Shidos. But he needs to put something in. But you can see he wants to.
Yes.
But every time he goes to set it up,
Hall
moves out the way. Do you know what I mean? See the way he just turned his left hip to him, then just
adjusted, didn't he?
Just adjusted. It took his hand off it, which killed the technique. I think Wesley needs to learn just to put his weight on him. Do you know? You can see he's not using his weight to his advantage. He's sort of fighting at distance, where if he comes over and leans and slows him down a bit, that was a bit better. Like, because you can see when Hall attacks him, he sort of, we mentioned it earlier, it bounced off him a bit.
Yeah.
But if you notice, every time Wesley attacks, Hall knows what he's going to do. He's just turning his left hip, which is stretching Wesley's hand, which comes off, so it makes it look a bit like a negative technique.
Yeah, you can actually see when Wesley has gripped up. As soon as he moves his body, you can see the power that he has, but he's just not using that first. If he could initiate that movement before he comes in for that Makakomi, I don't think there's anything that Hall could do to get off it.
No, he wouldn't be able to stop. But once again, it's who he trains with. Do you know? It's like there. Did you see when he had him moving then? If he would have came in then, you could see. But once again, look at Hall. Look he's gripping. Look at the way he's changed. You know, leaning on it. Look, he's keeping that shoulder down.
He's just doing enough, isn't he?
So just by keeping it down, see, if you notice his head come over the top of his arm, which putting pressure on the arm, brought the shoulder down, so when Wesley's attacking, there's no power being generated there. And that's just clever tactics. That's the gripping. And that's what Wes will learn over the years. You know what I mean? This is great experience for him at his age.
Well, he's getting closer.
He is getting closer now. Do you know what?
You can sense that with Hall as well. I think when they had engaged that time, you could see there's a little bit of
and it will
anticipation.
It will also be a bit like what we said about Jemima Yates Brown. Because of the weight advantage, he will be getting tired now. Do you know? And his lungs will be busting, and he'll be thinking, "Oh my God, please give me the last Shido." I'm not sure.
No, I think he's wanting that. No.
He's wanting. I know he's give the Wazari.
How close was
I know.
It was very close. Let's see. Soto attack here. Drives through. And, well...
Oh, he used his hands.
Yeah.
Yes, he did turn him.
Yeah.
Once again. That's why I'm a coach. Not a referee.
Well, we call that tewasa, don't we, in judo, when it's a hand movement, and he drove him down. He used his momentum to take him down to the mat. Tewasa, and a well-deserved bronze medal to Adam Hall of Great Britain.
Fantastic. Really happy for that guy. He's been in judo a long time now, and he's a lovely, lovely person.
Yeah. Win for the Geordies, eh?
You didn't get against Manchester United yesterday, and we give you a 2-goal advantage.
Right then.
And what's funny as well is it was Wesley's best attack of the match as well, where he actually went for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we're now going to move through into the final contest of the day, and it's going to be the plus 100 men. And,
see the way he just turned his hip again. Just by turning his hip, it just avoided it. It's really, really clever.
I think he actually picked up an injury, you know, as well.
Yeah, I think he's cut his toe, hasn't he?
Has he?
Yeah, I see them cleaning the mats. I don't think he'll worry about that when he gets his bit of bling round his neck.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now move to our last contest of the day and indeed of the competition. Let's welcome our finalists into the arena.
Well, our finalists now are going to be making their way through into the arena, and we have in white spikers from the Netherlands, and he's going to be facing Irinel Vasil Cherulu Grigoras from Spain. He's going to be in blue. I think for short we're going to call him Chalaru.
Yes, I'll let you do the commentary on this. Spikers is a good kid. I've watched him. He's come through the cadet system, and he was cadet European champion. And I also watched him. I was out at the senior European teams, and he had some fantastic fights. He actually got drawn out the lot when it was a draw in the team event, and he got beaten off. I think it was the Romanian. He got beaten 2 Wazaris, and as they came off, they drew the lots, and them 2 had to come out again.
Oh, no.
And the Romanian could barely stand up. He was that tired, and for about 30 seconds they went fit, and then Spikers threw him. It was really good, really exciting to watch.
Well, I wonder if these 2 have met each other on a few occasions. Let's have a look. Yes, Gio Spiker's only 21 years old, and his team actually took the silver medal, didn't they?
Yes.
Ekaterinburg. What experience. But yeah, he's already a Grand Prix medalist at 21 this year. Took a bronze medal in the Grand Prix in Tbilisi, and and also picked up a European Open bronze medal in Minsk this year too. So he's already making some ground on the senior circuit now.
I think at the moment he's just behind Grohl and Myers in Holland, so it's he's got a bit of chasing to do before he gets past them too.
But what an opportunity! And like we were talking about our female strength in Great Britain now, and they're all training together in Holland. Wow!
I know. Now they've all moved into the Centre of Excellence place in Papendal.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look. Well, they've only fought each other once, and that was quite a few years ago in Cumbria in a junior competition. These 2, so
Junior Portugal.
Yeah, yes. Junior Portugal, and Spikers won that contest.
So the Spanish boy's a young boy as well,
Yeah.
then, eh? He's
Yeah, Irinel Chelaru, he's 22, so just a year between them.
Well, wonder if he'll follow in the steps of the other Spanish heavyweight, Ernesto Perez, the Olympic silver medalist,
Oh, yes.
who's now in
He
charge of
was,
Spain, I
yes.
believe. He won't go far wrong if he gets some of his results.
Yeah.
Two Shidos with 1.5 minutes left. Must be so difficult to move, to do really nice Niwaza with heavyweight, you know,
Yeah.
it's just...
Yeah, well, I mean, we mentioned that. Well, it was me who mentioned that heavyweight turnover. That
Yeah.
the Chinese female. I forgot her name now. Olympic champion.
And she won the Olympics, didn't she? World champion.
But she really made that famous because, yeah, some of these athletes were, I mean, not getting away with it. They were vast, you know, and the way she used to do it, she used to grab the back of the pants and the knee,
Yeah.
the crease, and then put some pressure on the collar, and then drive them diagonally across the shoulder. And I used to think, well, what control do you have? But while they're rotating over, the controls being put on. But if that was, you know, the only way really to move that mass at the time, and well, it just got really. Seen it today. It was.
Yeah. Maybe call it the Hoover, because it's like pushing the Hoover across, isn't it? Look.
Did you not used to call it the Hoover? I think you might have.
I think we should name it after me.
Well, it is a heavyweight technique, isn't it?
Thanks.
Well, now we're moving now into the last minute here. Well, 2 Shidos for Chelaru, and well, he goes down again there.
Spikers is clever with his grips. You can see the way he's
Yeah.
positioning himself. He's not giving the Spanish boy anything to aim at all. As you can see, he couldn't even get his legs in. Once again, a bit like last time. He's standing left, but looking to go right, I think. Spikers.
Yeah.
Now, well, he's tricking us. Now he's gone right.
And well, he also does well. He moves, doesn't he? He moves well on the mat, so he creates opportunities for his opponent to move into space, and what that does, it draws him onto him.
Yeah.
He's
because you can see
certainly not static, are they?
No, he's looking for the drop
Yeah.
all the time, and you can see that, and he's waiting for the Spanish boy to come onto him all the time. There we go, he's bringing him on.
Yeah, well, the work rate there is definitely there for the Dutch player. He has his plan of attack, but I think you're right. He likes that lapel grip to switch in for the low Sianagis, but he'll also use it to draw his opponent on, maybe for the Ouchigari to drive him backwards as well.
On the lapel there, he's looking, he'll wait for him just to come forward.
Yeah. And he'll decide when he wants to close that distance down.
Yeah. Sumigage coming in, I think. No? Oh,
that was lovely done, wasn't it?
That was nice. He went one way and then switched it.
Yeah. You could have gone anyway, couldn't you? You weren't sure whether he was going to go for the Osoto.
I was thinking the Sumigage.
I
was thinking more of the Sumigage, but
tricked us all.
I hate it when they trick us like that.
Well, ended up. Let's have another look at it. So we get some momentum going here, and switches in Osoto, and then a bit of a Akuri Ashi Balai, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, nice finish for us here in Glasgow at the European Open. I'm going to stay here and we're going to follow the medal ceremonies in the plus 78 kilograms and the plus 100. Well, that gold medal there went to the Spijkers of the Netherlands. And I'm going to be saying goodbye, and I'm going to say thank you very much to Gary Edwards. We've really enjoyed your company here in the medal matches. It's been fantastic getting your wealth of knowledge, and we're going to be saying goodbye, and well, hope you've enjoyed all of the judo contests here today. It's for us, it's been great to showcase our young athletes from Great Britain as well. But for now, it's going to be good evening, and you enjoy the rest of your evening. So it's goodbye from me.
And it's goodbye from him. Thank you very much.
Representing Great Britain, Emily Ritchie. And representing Spain, Sara Alvarez. The winner of the silver medal, representing Hungary, NSA Karpati. The winner of the gold medal, representing France, Raiti Villano. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just one more medal ceremony to go. Stay with us to give these athletes the encouragement and praise they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, our last medal ceremony of the day will now take place. The medal ceremony for the men's over 100 kilos. Federation Board of Directors. The 2 bronze medal winners, representing Great Britain, Adam Wall, and representing France, Kellij. The winner of the silver medal, representing Spain, the winner of the gold medal, representing the Netherlands, Snijders. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the Netherlands. Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great weekend at Judo. Our thanks are extended to all the staff in the building, our wonderful medical team.
I am Lucassen and I will fight in Ipongira.